at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Hey, how about that? Mark J. Lindquist, everyone. Thank you, Mark. Great job as always.
Introducing tonight's umpires, brought to you by Oxtex Winchell, your right, your offer. Offices in West Fargo, Hillsborough, and Castleton. Umpires tonight for Game 5, as assigned by the American Association. At full slate tonight, J.J. January. At first base, Mayhew Edwards. At second base, Clay Park. And at third base, the crew chief, Jeff Head.
There's an air of finality at Newman Outdoor Field in Fargo, North Dakota tonight after days, weeks, months of a predictably unpredictable baseball season. There's one thing that American Association fans now know for sure. Tonight, when this game is over, a champion will be crowned. A 132-day season will come to a close with one team achieving the ultimate prize and another forced to settle for second. It's as compelling a matchup as you could draw up for a game like this. On one side, the visiting Milwaukee Milkmen. It's not easy to shake Anthony Barone's group. They seem to thrive with their backs against the wall. Champions 2 years ago, in just their second year of existence, they forced this Game 5 in a 3-0 victory yesterday. Pitchers Christian Young, Frankie Bartow, and Rodrigo Benoit combined to throw the shutout. Today, they're starting their ace, A.J. Schugel. The former major leaguer has been brilliant in these playoffs. In fact, that might be an understatement. He's thrown 18 innings in the postseason and given up a grand total of 1 run. That includes 6 shutout frames in Milwaukee's Game 1 win of this series. A master of control, he hasn't walked a batter in about a month and a half. And with World Series champion Hector Sanchez behind the plate and former AAPB single-season home run king Keon Barnum in the cleanup spot, the Milkmen come in confident, relaxed, and ready to repeat as champions. But to do that, they need to go through the home side. The Fargo-Moorhead Redhawks have waited over a decade for this moment. Last night was the first time in team history they were a win away from an American Association title. The storied club has 5 Northern League titles to its credit, but it has been an AAPB bridesmaid for years. This season, they were frontrunners from the start. Behind a skilled pitching staff and a deep and determined starting lineup, Fargo-Moorhead earned home field advantage for this deciding game. Even without slugger John Silviano, who went down with a leg injury in Game 2 of this series, the talent level and pedigree of Chris Coast's team cannot be denied. Nobody exemplifies that more than the man they're starting tonight, Kevin McGovern. He's one of the greatest pitchers to pick up a baseball in the history of the American Association, with more strikeouts and wins than anybody else in the league history. The player and pitching coach for this Redhawks team has seen it all in his career. He was cut from his college team. He once played on a traveling club that played all its games on the road, but that was a long time ago, and now he's the veteran on this staff, and he carries the hopes of the Redhawks as they take the field with their season on the line. There's no way of knowing how this story will end. No doubt there are plenty of nerves in the stands tonight as we get ready for first pitch and the Redhawks get ready to take the field. But whatever happens, history will be made at Newman Outdoor Field. Welcome everybody inside Newman Outdoor Field on this crisp September evening. My name is Carter Woodeel. This is Game 5 of the Miles Wolf Cup Finals on AABaseball.tv. And wherever you are, we're on Facebook tonight, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitch, we're on with our wonderful partners at Baseball America tonight as well. Wherever you are tuning in, we are so happy to have you watching tonight. This will be a historic game, a winner-take-all Game 5. You can throw the records out the window. You can throw all the history out the window. This is a game that just comes down to who wants it more. Kevin McGovern taking his warm-up tosses. You see the numbers for him in the playoffs, looking to shake off a less-than-stellar start in the first game of this series. Through 4 innings, gave up 5 runs. 4 of them were earned on 7 hits, walked 1 and struck out 2. But this is a guy who has been so consistent throughout his career, whether it's in a Redhawks uniform, a Gold-Eyes uniform, all throughout his AAPB career. This is the Milkmen lineup that he will face. You're looking at Brian Torres, a postseason All-Star in the American Association, a leadoff hitter in every sense. He plays center field. Logan Trowbridge is at third base. Miguel Gomez, the second baseman. Keon Barnum, the designated hitter. Will Kencher is at first base. Hector Sanchez, World Series champion. He is the catcher. Carl Chester is in right field. Aaron Hill is in left. And Jeremiah Burks is the shortstop, rounding out the order for Anthony Barone's Milwaukee Milkmen. So happy to be with you tonight. This is an important game for these teams. This is as important as it gets, and the fielding is going to be important too. This Redhawks defense put on a show last night. Nick Novak in left, Evan Alexander in center, Alec Olin in right, Pena, Dexter, Maris, and Ward third to first, and Boscan is behind the dish for Fargo-Moorhead. According to the graphic that we've got, well, the lineup I've got has him at first base tonight. So I'm not sure if they've made a last-minute change to that. I'll double check what we got from the clubhouse here. The lineup that I have from the clubhouse says Boscan at first and Drew Ward as the DH. That was how things were when the game ended last night. So that graphic, I think, is a carryover from last night's game. The official lineup that we've got, Correa is catching out there, and Boscan is at first base. So Christian Correa is catching. The first baseman is Boscan. Drew Ward is the designated hitter. And that's how things were. Last night, they lost their DH toward the end of the game, so they pulled up that graphic again. So here we go. Brian Torres, Logan Trowbridge, and Miguel Gomez, the trio to start things off for Milwaukee. Wherever you are, thank you so much for joining us. This will be the last first pitch of the American Association season. A long, long journey has come to this. Kevin McGovern, no better pitcher to deliver a first pitch like this, is ready to go for Fargo-Moorhead. A bit of a delay. Apparently, there's a stray baseball up against the right field wall. And Alec Olin, who had an outfield assist last night from right field, will assist everybody in tossing the ball back to Peter Maris, who throws it over toward the Milkmen dugout. Don't want to put an extra ball in play. And now we're ready to go. Kevin McGovern, you can tell, is ready for this, kind of giving a look on his face like, all right, let's get this thing started. First pitch from the legend. Called strike, says J.J. January behind the plate tonight. Mayhew Edwards is over at first base, Clay Park the second base ump, and Jeff Head is over at third. 4-man, sort of an all-star crew in terms of our umpires tonight in the American Association. Torres is 7 for 19 in this final series, 2 triples, including 1 last night, also a double to his credit. OPS sitting right at 1,000 in these American Associations Miles Wolf Cup Finals. Lifts that one foul, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. And we'll see what adjustments McGovern makes after that Game 1 start. He's been their Game 1 guy all through the postseason for Fargo-Moorhead. Started Game 1 in Winnipeg against his former team in the first round of the playoffs. Went 3 innings, 5 runs, 4 earned in that contest. Was much better setting the tone against Kansas City in the second round of the playoffs, the West Division Championship Series. Through 7 clean innings, and now Torres asks for time, and McGovern a little bit out of his rhythm here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The southpaw getting on the same page with Correa. Here's the pitch. Peter Maris, nice backhanded play, but he loses the handle, and with Brian Torres hustling up the line, that's the opening that he needs. Brian Torres with a big clap of his hands as he got across first base, pumping up his team. We'll see how that gets scored. It is a hit for Torres. And that's a play where Peter Maris knew that he had to get that perfect if he was going to stop Torres, who's got plenty of speed, real nose for the base paths. Just couldn't quite come up with it with the backhand. So leadoff single for El Tiburon, the Shark as they call him, and Logan Trowbridge sporting the hoodie for the second straight night. Digs in for Milwaukee. Trowbridge back in at third base tonight. Inside, and it's 1-0. He's 3 for 15 in this final series. A .650 OPS, 1 home run, 2 runs batted in. Torres a threat to go at first base. 22 steals in the regular season, was caught 7 times. And McGovern checks on him. Trowbridge had a pretty productive night last night. He had a single in the first inning and laid down 2 sacrifice bunts. Anthony Barone was playing a lot of small ball in the victory last night. Was helped out by a great performance from the pitching staff. 3 guys combined to throw a shutout. That'll make you feel like all you need to do is manufacture some runs. That's what they did. Really pushed all the right buttons. With their backs against the wall, they get a 3-0 win. A 1-0. Not a lot of bite to that from McGovern. You can see him trying to warm up the hand a little bit. It's chilly here in Fargo, maybe not quite as chilly as it was for Game 4 last night. Temperature at 59 degrees. We'll get down to the low 50s by the time the game is over, according to the forecast. There's strike 1. Red Hawk infield a double play depth. Boscan holding Torres on, so a big hole on the right side with Trowbridge at the dish. Another solid crowd at Newman Outdoor Field tonight. Had about 1,500 fans for each of the first 2 games. And this crowd is as alert and as hardcore as you're going to find anywhere in pro baseball. They hang on every pitch. And certainly will not. Tonight will be the epitome of that for them. McGovern's 2-2, nope, go to first. Really keeping an eye on Torres here. Milkmen got their second run of the victory in Game 4 last night in the aftermath of a Torres stolen base. He swiped third. Christian Correa overthrew Leo Pena at third base. Allowed Torres to come in and score. 2-2 is hitting the air to right. Alec Oland on his horse, but he'll run out of room here, it looks like. That one ricochets off the fence over there. Oland made a highlight reel catch, not too far from that spot last night. It was a diving grab with men on second and third and 2 away in that right field corner. One of the best catches of the year when you consider the game situation and the magnitude of the game in question. That catch had everything. Though in the end, the Milkmen got the W. Two. This next pitch will be the 7th of the at-bat for number 7. A man in his 7th year in either independent or partner league baseball. Looking for another championship. Hit hard on the ground. Maris backhands it. Glove flip, but it's off target to Dexter, and everybody's safe. And again, the speed of Brian Torres potentially forcing a rushed play from Maris on the backhand. Doing the little things here. He was coming on. That would have been a slick play. But in the end, it scored an error. That allows Trowbridge to reach, and it's first and second, nobody out. So the E4 means the Milkmen are threatening early. Miguel Gomez, who's had a solid finals, 4 for 16, former major leaguer with the Giants in 2017 and 18. And really heated up at the tail end of the season for Milwaukee and carried it into these playoffs. Big spot for him. We're early on in this winner-take-all Game 5, but this is a big moment for Gomez, for McGovern, for everybody on this field. Gomez with 2 RBIs in this final series thus far. Ball and a strike. Plenty of Redhawks fans, of course, in the house tonight, but there are some Milkmen fans that have traveled as well over on the first base side, visitors' dugout. Plenty of black and white, some cow prints. There are a lot of family members, both blood families and host families, that have made the trip on both sides tonight. McGovern's 1-1. Patience from Gomez here. There's a lot of confidence with this Milkmen group. I was out there during BP with them today. They were really relaxed. You wouldn't know what was on the line tonight for them. That's how Anthony Barone tends to run this team. He doesn't necessarily get too hot-headed. Chopper to third, could be 2. Pena to Maris for 1. The relay to first, that's a big double play. Pitcher's best friend helps out Kevin McGovern. That was well turned. Pena had a little bit of trouble with that after the hop, fielded it against his chest there. But this is a really fundamentally sound group for Fargo-Moorhead. And now it's up to Keon Barnum to see if Milwaukee can get a run on the board in this first inning. The Redhawks put on the extreme shift for Barnum. Torres dancing around at third. 2 players are in short right field. This is how they've been playing them all series. Shortstop Dexter, the second baseman Maris, and Pena's close to third only because he's got to keep an eye on Torres. He's very lonely out there, Leo Pena. There's no one else around him in a Redhawks uniform. Big swing and a miss, 1-1. Off speed at 80 from the Gov. Barnum with 3 home runs in this playoffs, 2 in the Miles Wolf Cup finals to this point. Most recently in Game 3 2 nights ago, hit a solo home run in the 9th. Both of those home runs came late in the game when his team was trailing, looking to make a big impact here. The team that has scored first has won every game of these finals so far. Milkmen trying to get on the board and continue that trend. McGovern trying to end this first frame right here. One-two to Barnum. Not quite, says JJ January. We'll take another look. Did look like it just missed the plates. McGovern will try again. Left side, it's past Pena into left field for a base hit. How about that? Keon Barnum goes the opposite way for a ground ball single to left, and Milwaukee takes a 1-0 lead in this winner-take-all Game 5.
First baseman number 4, Will Penger.
Statistically, that's a very unlikely event for Keon Barnum. He is a dead pull hitter, and they play him as such. But he slaps it the opposite way to get the job done. His third RBI of these Miles Wolf Cup finals. None bigger than that one. Will Kencher slaps one foul. So the Milkmen, that was the first baseball to leave the infield in this inning. An infield hit from Torres. Trowbridge reached on the error by Maris. Gomez hit into a double play. Then this from Barnum. Just pushing it the opposite way as Kendra takes a strike here. And McGovern ahead in the count 0-2. So Redhawks are going to try and be the first team to come from behind and win a game in these finals. Kencher 3 for 15 in the finals, 494 OPS, no home runs, 2 RBIs. Barnum not a threat to run at first base. The 1-2. To left field, Nick Novak ranging back and puts it away to retire inside Imby top of the first. The double play helps mitigate the damage, but the ribby single from Keon Barnum means the Milkmen are on the board. It's 1-0 Milwaukee with the Redhawks coming to bat in this winner-take-all Game 5 of the Miles Wolf Cup Finals on AABaseball.tv.
Oh, here he is, everybody. It's the bird you all know and love. The American Association of the Valley's favorite mascot. Say hello to Hawkeye, brought to you by Century Children.
Don't you know about the bird? Well, everybody knows that the bird is a bird. The bird, the bird.
Make sure to download the Chick-fil-A app for your chance to win free food during the Red Hawks season. If a Red Hawks player steals a base during the game, open up your Chick-fil-A app to claim a free original chicken sandwich. Thanks to Chick-fil-A.
Back at Newman Outdoor Field in the winner-take-all Game 5 of the Miles Wolf Cup Finals, getting a look at A.J. Schugel. We heard a little bit about him at the start of our broadcast about how brilliant he has been. Those numbers, no fluke in these playoffs. Got him down for one walk in the postseason for Schugel. They're doing him dirty. He hasn't walked a batter. Hasn't walked a batter in a month and a half, A.J. Schugel. 18 innings of work and just the 1 run allowed. This is the Redhawks lineup he will face. A lot of depth here and a lot of players that just extend at-bats and make life difficult if you're a pitcher. Peter Maris is at second base. Drew Ward at the DH. Leo Pena is over at third. Manuel Boscan is the first baseman. Alec Oland is in right. Sam Dexter, the slick fielding shortstop. Evan Alexander, great speed. He plays center field. Nick Novak is the left fielder batting 8th. And Christian Correa doing the catching and batting 9th for Fargo Moorhead tonight. Well, so happy to be joined by the commish himself. Josh Schaub is with us in the booth here at Newman Outdoor Field. And how exciting is it, commish, that we've got a Game 5 with a title on the line tonight?
Yes, I'd rather be than right here, right now. A 5th elimination game this playoffs.
Yes.
And in AA history, we haven't had, I think we've only had 24 or something. I saw Steve Schuster post earlier.
That's right.
So it's an amazing time to be an American Association fan. It's exciting. And crowd's on edge. You can feel the energy. And as I started with, wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Yeah, what can you say about the energy at this ballpark? You've been walking the concourses these last couple of days, interacting with these fans. These fans in Fargo, they're passionate, they're ready, and there's a little bit of tenseness heading into a game like this, you would think.
You know, you hit it spot on. As I was walking the concourse, the tension.
Yeah.
The tension that you can kind of feel, but also the history of the Red Hawks. You know, I think they've got 5 championships in club history, and there's some of that nostalgia you feel around the stadium. And these fans, they've been here before. So despite that,
Maris hits a grounder to Birch at shortstop, throws it over and gets the out. Nicely done from Birch with that sidearm throw to retire Maris 6-3. 1 away for A.J. Schugel and the Milkmen. Here comes Drew Ward.
so it's not like an energy like we haven't been here before and this is nerves for us. It's just they've been here before and they want another one. That's the vibe I'm feeling.
Well, but it's been a little while for this Redhawks team. Their first American Association Finals was last year against the Kansas City Monarchs. Were swept in that series. It was all Monarchs in that playoffs. And no other Miles Wolf Cup Finals appearances for this team. All 5 of those titles in the Northern League. But they've had good teams. It hasn't been like they've been cellar dwellers over that time. This has been always a tough place to get a win. 1-0 to Drew Ward. See the zip on that fastball from A.J. Schugel. He's been so impressive in these playoffs.
You know, I was looking at the rosters back and forth between the number of big leaguers. Fargo actually has no big league experience, no service time, but Milwaukee sports quite a few on their roster, Schugel being one.
Hector Sanchez in the lineup, a World Series champion behind the plate who can do it all. Great defensively and has been swinging the bat really well. Had a good night at the plate last night. He just got robbed by some great defense. Tells you there are lots of different ways to build a team and win in this league. 1-1 to Ward.
And it's not necessarily that you need big league service time to be a great player. If you look at Drew Ward, AAA experience, Peter Maris, AAA experience, in their 20s, still great players in their own right. And, you know, like many of our players, they could be guys that were on a big league roster at one point, but some big league team didn't have room for them.
Foul tip into Sanchez's glove, and it's 2-2 on Ward. He's still trying to get it going in these finals. 2 for 15, 544 OPS. But when he gets going, he's as fearsome a hitter as you'll find in the association. That one just misses outside.
Speaking of big league service time, the gentleman behind the plate tonight is one of those, JJ January.
Getting the big assignment. Calling balls and strikes in a winner-take-all Game 5. Winner of this game will hoist the Miles Wolf Cup tonight. Hitting the air to straightaway center field. Torres in a few steps. And Ward is retired for out number 2. Pretty much no wind to speak of tonight. First 2 nights at this time we had some real gusts moving left to right. And in a ballpark that is short, gettable to right field, that was a big thing to watch out for, though we haven't seen a ton of homers in this final series here at Fargo.
Even last night, I thought there were some balls that were centered up and just died out in the gaps. I know it's deep into the gaps here. It can be somewhat deceiving, but I for sure thought we were going to see some when they came off the bat.
Yeah, it's very deceiving how deep it is to left center, especially at this ballpark.
There's no doubt. You know, you got to have some guys that can run to play center field in this ballpark, and I know historically the Redhawks have, and you built your team primarily around the dimensions of the ballpark from a defensive perspective.
Pena takes outside, and it's 1-1. What would you say, Kamish, to folks who maybe this is their first taste or one of their first tastes of association baseball this year about what this season has been for this league?
One, I think the competition so deep into the season for the playoffs was pretty astounding for most people that just showed up.
Pena to left center field. That's heading right for that deep gap we were talking about. Hill does a good job to cut it off. Pena's trying for 2. Throw into second. He is safe at second base with a double. Just sneaks in under the tag. A big 2-bagger for the man they call the face of the franchise in Fargo, Leo Pena, in scoring position. That was a great effort by Aaron Hill. One of the more underrated all-around players in the association. But a big spot for Manuel Boscan, trying to get that run right back that came in on the Keon Barnum RBI single in the top half of this inning.
So the intensity, Carter, the intensity of the American Association season, because
we're seeing intensity right there.
I know. I just that what triggered it for me is all season, especially deep into the season, because of the playoff chase, the importance of the #1 seed. That's what I recall from this American Association season. Just a very intense, down to the wire in total.
That one gets away from Sanchez, and Pena moves up 90 feet, takes a wide turn at third, but stays there. That's another characteristic of this ballpark. There's a lot of room behind home plate, and you often see people try their luck at third, although Sanchez, of course, threw out Evan Alexander earlier in these finals, trying to take the turn on ball 4. That one just got away from Sanchez. He has been brilliant defensively in this series. Scored a wild pitch to move Boscana. Or to move Pina up, I should say, with Boscana at the dish. Ball and no strikes. Schugel fires. Hard to do anything with a pitch like that. With the lefty at the plate, Trowbridge is a ways away from that third base bag. 1-2 on Boscana, and you could hear the reaction there. Chad Ekron and his crew do a great job of getting us that field mic, and you could hear that he just missed that.
Yeah, and I heard that the first thing with Keon too. So I think some hitters feel like they're spoiling a pitch here. The first 6 outs of the game, everybody wants it. They want it bad tonight, and big chance here for Fargo.
Schugel a strike away from getting out of this little jam.
There is no tomorrow, Carter. I think that's what we're feeling from the hitters and the pitchers. There is no tomorrow. This is it. You're going to see max effort from McGovern as he comes to the end of his inning or his outing here today, and you're going to feel it. He's going to let it go. And
Yes.
Same thing for Schugel. There is no tomorrow for these two pitchers.
Well, we're in the booth with Kevin Lukow from This Week in the Association. He spotted Tyler Grauer walking to the bullpen before the game.
Interesting note.
The starter 2 nights ago for Fargo Moorhead. All hands on deck. Schugel's 1-2. 2-2. And this is the kind of at-bat that characterizes this Red Hawks lineup, especially without John Silviano. They don't necessarily have a ton of huge power guys that are going to rack up the home runs, but they just make your life difficult if you're a pitcher and you're trying to put somebody away in a big spot. Boscan digs back in. Pitch number 6 of his plate appearance. The 2-2. We'll do it again.
Both these teams grinding out at bats early in this game. It's great to see. This is what the American Association is all about. This isn't development.
Yep.
This is we play to win, and we're going to put the ball in play. And Keon Barnum hitting to the left side there. This is a great embodiment of who we are in the association.
It's maximizing all those qualities in a game like this where the winner hoists the trophy. They're going to do absolutely everything they can. Hitting the air to left field. Aaron Hill on the run. Still going back, backing up toward the track and puts it away for the final out of the first. Boscan got some good lumber to it, but Hill tracks it down and the Milkmen stay in front. The double from Pina is all the Red Hawks get. At the end of 1-0 Milkmen, it's the Miles Wolf Cup Finals on AABaseball.tv.
Congratulations to Tanya and Melissa. Tanya and Melissa are tonight's Budweiser Thursday winners. There they are, and they are going to enjoy the game tonight in those upgraded seats right behind home plate. Thanks to our pals at DS Beverages and Budweiser. So enjoy the upgraded. Drink responsibly out there. $500 from the Van Dam Financial Group. If a Red Hawks player hits the Van Dam Financial Group sign in right field, a lucky fan will be drawn to win $500 cash. All you have to do is register at the Van Dam Financial Group Guest Relations booth for your chance to win.
Onward to the top of the second. The party will be stopped at the end of this game tonight for one of these teams, I guess. Whoever wins this game, the party's probably going to last long into the night here in Fargo. If past years are any indication in this league, it's a league where they know how to play hard. It's a league where they know how to celebrate when they win a title, and the team that wins this game will be the Miles Wolf Cup champions. Series best of 5 knotted at 2 games apiece. Milwaukee took game 1 in a romp. It was a 7-1 victory over Fargo-Moorhead back on Saturday. Redhawks responded with a 7-3 win Sunday afternoon. The series turned to Newman Outdoor Field. Fargo-Moorhead won 7-2 on Tuesday. Then the 3-0 shutout win for the Milkmen to force this Game 5 last night. Hector Sanchez, Carl Chester, and Aaron Hill due up for Milwaukee. Sanchez with as much pedigree as anybody in this Milkmen team, and he shows bunts there in that first pitch from McGovern there.
How great was that last night? Do we have 4 bunts?
Well, it was
Three
plenty.
successfully that either moved a runner over for a base hit.
Yes, Torres had a bunt single on the drag bunt, and then Trowbridge had 2 sack bunts to his credit last night.
Be still my heart to see bunting again in baseball. So
And it works for him. It
Yes,
wasn't like they
yes.
tried him and, oh, well, you might have not done that. You know, those bunts fit right into Anthony Barone's game plan. And, you know, you say manufacture a run. They kind of manufactured all their runs, manufactured that win last night. Of course, when you have lights out pitching that throws a shutout, that helps you win games. 1-2 to Sanchez. High fly to right. Alec Oland ranging back, but has room. The right fielder makes the grab.
yeah, Carter, for those that don't, Hector Sanchez, World Series champion, I believe caught Tim Linscomb's perfect game as well.
The second no-hitter for
Second
Linscomb.
no-hitter. Yes.
Yep.
I mean, amazing pedigree for Sanchez to come to this league. I think probably a big piece of the Milwaukee clubhouse down the stretch is a calming presence of him behind the dish.
Yeah, we were talking about how he doesn't necessarily flaunt his big league experience. He's not the kind of guy who's wearing his World Series ring all the time. He just came into this team late in the season in a trade with Cleburne and fit right in. And obviously when you produce at the plate the way he has, that'll get you ingrained in the clubhouse right quick.
Yeah.
Carl Chester, who's had a good trip to Fargo, looks at a 1-1 count. 4 for 14 in the finals, but had RBI singles in each of the last 2 nights.
Speaking of hardware, Chester Gold Glove winner in the minor leagues as well, in affiliated baseball.
Out in right field for the Milkmen tonight. And those acquisitions mid-season, late season, so important for every team at this level and in this league. Talking with Joshua Schaub, the commissioner of the American Association, here as we watch this winner-take-all Game 5. From Newman Outdoor Field in Fargo, North Dakota, Fargo-Moorhead Redhawks and the Milwaukee Milkmen. Watch out in the Redhawks dugout.
Your attention, please. Parker and Bobby Phillips and Tammy and Irving Klein. Please report to the Van Financial Group Guest Relations booth.
McGovern asking for a new ball. The 2-2. McGovern's such a special player in the history of this league. You know, when I think about how long he's been around, Josh, I think about the Hall of Fame luncheon at the All-Star game this year, where they played that retrospective tribute video that Alex Bastiavansky made for Miles Wolff, and they were talking about something that happened in the league nearly a decade ago. As Chester works the walk and reaches, brings up Aaron Hill. And all the players are there, you know, with their significant others, their friends, and they mentioned this thing that happened 10 years ago, and you see McGovern go, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
And everybody else kind of looks like, what are you talking about? But McGovern was like, oh yeah, I remember that. He's been in this league for so long.
It's like he's had 2 separate careers between Winnipeg and Fargo.
Yeah,
He's lived
sure.
2 lives in this league. It's so interesting when you sit down or hear him talk. He had the mini documentary, The Gov, on him and his
Yes.
experiences in this league, and it's phenomenal. He's built a career, and what he's done going to affiliated ball and coming back and continuing to just chuck. You know, for the Redhawks, it's a great story. It's a great story for the league, and special player to have with us.
Yeah, he was on American Association Now earlier this year. And one of my favorite interviews that we did, he talked about failure in his career and how that has molded him and got him to the place where he is, the #1 starter on a team going for a championship tonight. He said there are maybe 9 or 10 major failures that I've had in baseball. Getting cut from a college team, not making the draft, playing on a team that paid me zero money, getting released by the Goldeyes even later in his career, and not knowing what to do next at that point. But he said the only thing to do is either learn from it or quit, and he didn't quit. He said, I'm going to keep believing in myself.
That is amazing. I mean, it's an amazing story. If for those that are listening, if they don't watch the Kevin McGovern documentary, they should. They should go watch that because it's special. It's a true underdog story, like Rocky coming back again and again and again and again. And then, you know, I think he should still be back in affiliated baseball chasing his dream. But it's a numbers game over there, and I get it, but we're happy to have him here.
Hill grounds one to second, could be two. Maris has trouble with it. They get the one out at second, but that is all they will get. Difficult start to this game for Peter Maris at second base. That little double clutch, able to shovel it over to Sam Dexter, who did his best, but in the end, it's just the fielder's choice for out number 2. Just kicked off the heel of a glove, and tell you what, that's a pretty good play to grab it with the bare hand and shovel it over to Dexter there to at least get the one out.
He ran into a tough hop there.
Yeah.
And he was in a tough spot. He couldn't come back and receive. He couldn't come forward to stab. That's tough. Both plays are tough. The play of the first inning was a tough play too, and he made a choice and turned out not to be the right one. But it's not on him, some of those plays.
Yeah, that first inning play, I think he had to go for it as that one's drilled to center, but Alexander is ready for it. And that retires the side. So the top of the second finished up. Kevin McGovern back to the dugout. Milkmen still lead 1-0 as we go to the bottom of 2. This is the Miles Wolf Cup Finals on AABaseball.tv.
When it comes to bicycles, Paramount Sports is the experts in bike services and sales. With hundreds of bikes in stock, you'll find the right style bike for any age group. Stop in and see for yourself. Paramount Sports, 2430 South University Drive, Fargo. All right, fans, please welcome one of the craziest, loudest, nuttiest, and he's all ours. It's our very own super fan.
How we doing, everybody?
Home insurance services.
There's nobody in the American Association who gets a crowd going like Superfan, and he's going to be leaving it all on the field tonight. This is his last game of the year. He knows it. Every ounce of energy he's going to give away for these Redhawks fans. Tossing the tees, breaking out the dance moves. Chilly evening here in Fargo. Feels like September baseball. Feels like the weather that you want for a win-or-go-home championship trophy on the line playoff game. Carter Waddell here with you. Josh Schaub, the commissioner of the organization, the commissioner of the American Association, with us tonight as well for the opening of this game. Michael Lang will be joining us later on as well. A.J. Schugel back on the bump for the Milwaukee Milkmen. As these Redhawks fans, they're trying to see their team get a championship clinched for the first time since 2010. That was back in the old Northern League, which the Redhawks won 5 times in their history. They're trying to lift the Miles Wolf Cup as American Association champions for the first time. Alec Olin, Sam Dexter, Evan Alexander due up against Schugel in the first. Leo Pena had a two-out double in the bottom of the first inning. That's the only hit for Fargo-Moorhead so far. The Milkmen got their run in the top of the first. Torres reached on an infield single, and error made it first and second. And after a double play, moved Torres to third. Keon Barnum hit an RBI single to score what is up to this point the game's only one run. You can see the numbers for the full playoffs for Olin. In the finals, he's 4 for 16. Really, the biggest play that he's made in the postseason was that catch in the right field corner last night. Did you get a chance to see that live, Josh?
I in fact did, and the first thing I thought about was John Silviano, actually.
Yeah, sure.
And so you know, Silviano's a great player in his own right. Olin getting to that ball, was it a stroke of luck? In fact, that John had the injury in that particular situation. You know, it's interesting how the baseball gods play it all out.
It is. Silviano with a leg injury that he suffered in Game 2 of this series. He is done. He's in a boots in the dugout. He's sitting right next to the coaching staff, having a laugh with his teammates right now. He's got the crutches in the dugout as well. And Nick Novak took his place in the lineup, but he's out in left, and Olin has been playing right field, which is Silviano's usual position. He covered plenty of ground making that catch. 2 balls and 2 strikes in the former Gary South Shore Wildcat. Schugels offering. Chops to Burks. Had to wait on that a bit, but the throw gets Olin by a step.
Carter, no shortage of action outs tonight in the American Association.
You're right about that. Yet to see a strikeout, or a walk for that matter.
Just the 3 true outcomes, at least, you know, maybe just playoff baseball. We're going against the trend line in professional baseball tonight.
And that's the kind of pitchers that we're seeing. I mean, we talked about how A.J. Schugel hardly ever walks anybody. He is a strike thrower. And the Redhawks are a team that are good at putting the bat on the ball. It makes sense what we're watching tonight. Dexter lines that one a base hit. Fair ball down the left field line for extra bases. Dexter heading into second. Hill's having trouble with it in left. And Dexter's trying for 3. Here comes the throw to third base. He slides it safe.
Exciting play in baseball, Carter.
That'll get the crowd energized. Aaron Hill, it just took a weird carom on him in that left field corner there. And Sam Dexter read it well, has great speed. A triple for Dexter. And now the tying run 90 feet away. Milkmen bringing the infield in for Evan Alexander. One.
Smart baseball right there, coming out pitching backwards after a big play like that.
And that's one of the cool things about this league as well. I really feel like this environment, it values the craft of pitching more than maybe you see it at other levels of the game. If you can throw super hard, that's great, it helps. But having the mind to know hitters' tendencies, to evaluate, to scout other hitters, it takes an exceptional value here in this league.
Well, we see it at the big league level. You can throw 102, but if it's straight as a string, it's not going to do anything. They're going to figure you out eventually. Same thing goes for the American Association at this level of baseball.
The 1-1. 2 balls and a strike on Evan Alexander. 3 for 12 in the finals, but a 733 OPS. Sam Dexter on third with 1 away. Pitch. That's tailing foul out to left. At home run distance, though, that was well struck the opposite way.
Big pitch here, really big pitch here.
It'll be Schugel's 29th pitch of the game. Two. High in the air to right field, ranging back Chester, turning and looking, and that ball is gone! Evan Alexander puts Fargo Moorhead in front just like that, 2-1 Redhawks. Got one over the place and did not miss. And what a celebration we've got going on here. You think these guys want to win a ball game?
What did we say, Carter? That's a big pitch. It was a big
Sure was.
moment, not only in that at bat in the game, and kind of felt it that he needed to do something because he puts a ball on the ground there. You got 2 outs with the runner on third. He got it in the air. He got it in the air enough to get over the fence, obviously, and changes the ball game.
That really feels like the first big home run that we've gotten in Fargo during this series. It's not the first homer that we've seen, but boy, is that huge. And that's the first lead change in quite a while in this series. The team that scored first has won every game. What a strike from Evan Alexander.
For A.J. Schugel, the first big hit
Sure.
he's seen in games now, especially this playoffs, but we'll see how he responds.
First time he's allowed multiple runs in the playoffs, and only allowed 1 in his first 3 starts of the postseason.
I'll tell you what happens, too, for Kevin McGovern.
Novak sprays one to left field. That gets down for a base hit. Rolling toward the corner. Novak wants extra bases. Hill comes up throwing, but it won't be in time. Stand up double for Novak, keeping it going. He's in scoring position for the Red Hawks.
The feeling in this game, Carter, is it's going to be close. Every run counts. And as I was saying, Kevin McGovern going back out to the mound now is going to feel a lot different than he did with the lead as opposed to being down because there's no room for error at all, right? If he was already down 1-0, he gives up 1 other run. There's no room for error. Now he goes back out to the mound with the lead by at least 1 run. It changes the game for him.
And out comes Jose Rodriguez to try and give A.J. Schugel a bit of a breather here and manage the atmosphere as well. A couple of folks are sort of getting up and grabbing some water or stretching in the Milkman pen. Nobody throwing at the moment. It's very early. This is your ace. But with nothing to play for tomorrow and everything to play for tonight, no doubt we're going to see a short leash from both of these starting pitchers if it comes to that this evening. Big spot for Christian Correa. Batting 9th in this Red Hawks lineup, was pinch hit for in last night's game when the Red Hawks got their last and best scoring chance, 2 on and 2 out late in the game in the 7th inning. They brought in Ben Lavorsi to hit. He first pitch swinging, hit a deep fly ball that Torres tracked down in center field. Now Correa with Nick Novak waiting in scoring position. A 2-run home run from Evan Alexander. Flipping the script after an RBI single from Keon Barnum opened the scoring tonight. Carter Waddiel and Joshua Schaub, the commissioner of the American Association, on hand for this one here in inning number 2. Ball and a strike on Correa. That looked like a potentially hittable pitch.
Hardy crowd despite the temps tonight, Carter.
I'm loving the different sweaters and blankets and flannels. They're coming prepared to this game.
Advantage for a team that's been around a long time. A lot of merch out in the community.
It's true.
Reappears.
There's a lot. There's a lot of different stuff. I mean, you could make a long list of all the different sweaters and hats that they've got going on. One of the longest running logos in the association, that Red Hawks logo that you can see behind home plate, behind Schugel there. Here's his 1-1.
Carter, when you talk about the association, I mean, we have this kind of 2 sectors of teams, some very new teams within the last 5 years.
Like the Milkmen.
Boys, and then some old stalwarts. You know, Sioux City Explorers, Sioux Falls Canaries, Fargo Moorhead Red Hawks, Winnipeg Goldeyes. Even Kane County Cougars have been around since the 90s. So it's an interesting dynamic within our league.
Canaries and Explorers celebrating their 30th season this year as Correa hits a high pop behind the plate. Lots of room for Sanchez, but not quite enough to get that baseball.
Shouldn't leave out Lincoln Salt Dogs. I believe 2000 was their first year as well.
A founding member
years.
of the league,
Yes.
in 06.
Amazing how long some of our clubs have been going. And when I talk to cities about expansion, I lean on that. This is not something that's going to go away. This will be in your community for years, and we're going to find out how long this is around. But my guess is someday we're going to be talking about teams being around for 100 years, which is pretty powerful.
Wonder where we'll be in the 100th year of the American Association.
Well, I'm 41. I'm 41. I don't know.
2-2 on Correa. Swing and a miss. The off speed gets him. That's out number 2. That's our first strikeout for either starter tonight. And the lineup card turns over, and Peter Maris with a chance. Schugel's pitch count sitting at 37. 22 strikes, 15 balls. Up to this point for Milwaukee. Hit on the ground, foul. First base side. Maris grounded out to short his first time.
Superfan getting after it tonight too. One of the great features here at Newman Outdoor.
I can't imagine. He's always energetic. He always has a lot of energy. But I would think tonight, knowing that this is it, he's got all off season to rest up. I feel like this is just going to be the superest of super fans tonight. Winner take all game 5 of the Miles Wolf Cup Finals.
We spent some time with Superfan yesterday, and he was sharing stories because he used to work for the St. Paul Saints. He was Superfan with the St. Paul Saints before transferring or being traded to Fargo Moorhead Redhawks. Just some great, rich stories about baseball in this league and the people that are in it. And in fact, I would love to have our staff sit down with him and have you, Carter, interview him just about that, because we're so much more than the players on the field. It's the personalities and the people.
Maris flies one to right. Chester hardly needs to move a muscle and makes the grab to finish things off, but that dramatic 2-run home run from Evan Alexander puts Fargo Moorhead in front. It's 2-1 Redhawks after 2 in the Miles Wolf Cup Finals on AABaseball.tv.
Good evening, Red Hawks fans. I'm meteorologist Brian Barrett with your KVR weather authority update. As we go into tonight, we'll see temperatures around 53 degrees. Those partly cloudy to mostly cloudy skies to end your game. Your KVR weather authority 7-day forecast. Your Friday, we'll see temperatures hit around 60 degrees. Those showers and those winds picking up. We'll see those winds continue into the weekend as the temperature should be in the mid to upper 60s. Definitely looking like Sunday is the better half as we'll see plenty of sunshine. And then continuing to your Monday, we'll see 67 degrees, mostly sunny conditions, and that will continue into our Tuesday as well. Thank you for your attention and enjoy your night.
Fans, make sure you ship yourself on over to the Captain Morgan Corner Bar. Get your refreshing mixed drink. Of course, your favorite Captain Morgan drink as well. It's all located down the third base concourse, matey. If you miss it, you don't need one.
Hawkeye! Hawkeye, Hawkeye, are you okay?
I got some fish for you. I got some fish for you.
Yes, you're gonna be okay. He's okay!
So Kevin McGovern back to the mound with the lead as Fargo Moorhead takes the 2-1 advantage into the top of the third. Carter Baddiel here with you alongside the commissioner of the American Association of Pro Baseball, Josh Schaub. The must-win, winner-take-all Game 5 of the Miles Wolf Cup Finals. The winner of this game tonight will be your American Association champion for 2022. Milkmen trying to win their second title in 3 years, after taking that title in that unusual 2020 season, which feels just wild to think back to that season. It was such a blur in the moment, Josh, but it was it's incredible that that season was played and that we wound up with such a great series to finish it off with the Milkmen coming out on top. And Brian Torres, boy, is he pumped up. Another base hit to right field, tossing the bat, shouting to the dugout. He's pouring every ounce of energy that he can to try and get this team fired up right
I
now.
love that passion. I
Yeah.
love it. Hey, we played to win, Carter.
That's
this
right.
is what it's all about. That 2020 season, 3 things stick out. One is the stress. The stress of doing it, and I tell people all the time, when my feet hit the floor the day after, it was like the weight off the shoulders. 2 is the talent level, because we condensed the rosters. We had distribution draft ahead of time for the teams that did not play or were not able to play.
All-star teams.
Amazing talent level. And 3, I remember Tim Dillard dumping milk all over himself after the Milkmen won.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know, and I'm sure the Red Hawks, they will party if they win this game tonight. But I know the Milkmen will party hard if they win this game
There's
tonight,
no
because
doubt.
they did in 2020.
And I believe back in Milwaukee, there's a big watch party over
Yes.
near their stadium going on. So
At
there'll be some
the-
partying going on there as well.
At the Umbrella Bar. So hi to everybody at the Umbrella Bar tonight watching this game. Logan Trowbridge at the dish for the Milkmen. Reached on the fielding error from Maris his first time up. Later was taken off the base paths with a double play. Second straight time that Torres has just gotten that clean single, and now he's a thorn in the side for McGovern. Left-hander having to keep an eye on him throughout this AB.
Speaking of that Dillard moment, for me, you know, Iowa Special is a former big leaguer. Dillard's a
Right.
former big leaguer, and the joy he had coming back to play at this level and win a championship. And the same could be said by Sanchez or the other big leaguers that are out here. Just the game obviously means more to them, and it's so special.
Trowbridge to center field. Alexander coming on, but it drops for a base hit. Torres made a good read. He rounds second and takes third easily with some more big claps of the hands. And it's men at the corners and nobody out for Milwaukee in the third.
Torres can really run. He might be some of the fastest feet I've seen in the league this year.
I mean, you can see why they call him the Shark. He is attacking on the base paths right now, and he's still, as you can see on the left side of your screen there, still gesturing right now. I think maybe he saw what Evan Alexander did after that home run, pumping up these home fans, and he's trying to give it right back to him here with this energy.
Well, I think he probably felt the air kind of go out of the dugout over there after that Alexander home run. They kind of had their way with the game last night, and game 1, I think they had their way, and he doesn't want the momentum to stop because they went down by a single run.
So usually this is when the pitching coach would go out and talk to the pitcher. Of course, the pitching coach is pitching for Fargo Moorhead, so Anthony Rentz will go out and have a chat with Kevin McGovern here. Now, we don't have a view of the Red Hawks bullpen from up here, but of course, McGovern has a great deal of latitude about how to handle spots like this. Miguel Gomez, who hit into a double play his first time up, but has had a great tail end of the season in playoffs for Milwaukee, and this former major leaguer getting ready to stand in. Oh no, they're making
Whoa.
the change. Did not see the signal there. That is it for Kevin McGovern. And let's listen to this crowd send McGovern back. The all-time wins and strikeouts leader in the American Association shakes hands with manager Chris Coast and exits the game. Kind of tapped his chest. I don't know if maybe he's feeling something and had to exit. But that's a big moment in this game, Josh, with Kevin McGovern back in the dugout. His night is over.
We have a lot of new viewers tonight. We're on Baseball America, Twitch, Facebook, and I'll just say, for those that didn't know, Kevin McGovern's the all-time winningest
Yes.
pitcher in American Association history, and that exit from the field where he's waving to the crowd, there might be something there we don't know about it. But what a great career if this is it for him.
Well, and one other thing that I'll say about that, Kevin McGovern is not usually a guy to call attention to himself.
Yes.
When he broke the all-time strikeout record last year, his teammates had to remind him pretty vociferously to tip his cap to the crowd because he didn't know that he had broken the record. He said he was just focusing on grinding out the game. It was the ninth inning. He had thrown over 100 pitches, and he was like, oh, yeah, I gotta make sure to tip my cap. And there, he made sure to give the fans a wave as he walks off, and Davis Feldman, who is a starter by trade, will come in to sort of piggyback him here for the Fargo Moorhead Red Hawks. So look at the numbers for Feldman in this postseason. And this is where you have a bit of a luxury if you're Chris Coast and Anthony Rentz, because they've got a very deep pitching staff. On a lot of teams, Davis Feldman would be in your top 3, your best of 3 series playoff rotation. And here he's coming in pretty fresh in relief of Kevin McGovern in a big spot for Fargo Moorhead here. It's a big spot that he's inherited. Brian Torres at third base, Logan Trowbridge on first after a couple of singles. The Milkmen took the early lead in this game. Keon Barnum had an RBI single to bring along Brian Torres with the first run of the game. And then the 2-run home run from Evan Alexander for Fargo-Moorhead put the Red Hawks in front. And now it'll be up to Feldman to see what he can do. Gomez, and then after that, Barnum for the Milwaukee Milkmen. Still nobody out in this third inning. That is a big moment in this game with McGovern coming out. And I don't know if maybe didn't see a signal from Renz when he went to the mound. Maybe they asked him and he said, you know what, I think it's best for the team if we hand the ball to Davis.
Yeah, I mean, that's it's an odd situation they have, but he clearly knows what his capabilities are and who can get, now that they're about to go through the gauntlet here in Milwaukee's lineup.
And he's the pitching coach, you know, so he's involved in those pregame discussions about how you're going to deploy your pitching staff in a winner-take-all Game 5. He did not look unhappy at all when he was walking off the mound.
It's interesting because you're now doing righty on lefty, at least for the next 2 batters, and I assume more based on the situation in the game versus lefty.
We're probably going to see a chunk of innings from Feldman if it goes well. And Chris Coast, of course, has seen it all, the manager of the year in the American Association this year, and is always quick to credit his right-hand man, his bench coach, Anthony Renz, who was the acting manager of his team for a little while in the season when Chris Coast was dealing with some health complications. Is back with the team in the dugout, but Renz will head out for the mound visits, the pitching changes, stuff like that. 2-0 chopped foul, 2-1 on Gomez.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Sophia Carable, please report.
It's interesting, Carter. You know, Alexander hits that 2-run home run. This crowd's electric. McGovern coming out of this game, it feels like the crowd just deflated a little bit. Kind of, you know, that's their guy. That's their hero that just came out of the game. The cape came off.
And I don't know if they were ready for it, because that was one of the things that you know, I was kind of looking forward to seeing tonight, was when he left the mound, the ovation that these fans would give, because they're great fans and they know greatness when they see it. The 2-1. High fly to left. This should be deep enough to score the run. Novak ranging back, makes the play, and the throw goes into second. Torres comes in to score. It's a sac fly and an RBI for Gomez, and this ball game is tied up at 2.
Carter, I have to comment, you know, throughout the baseball industry, I know there's those that lament the lack of outfield arms. You know, guys are out there because of their bat. Defense is kind of put secondary. This series has kind of put our outfield arms on a showcase. We've had some defensive assists here, and even holding that secondary runner by Novak. I mean, he put the ball on the bag on a line, and it's fun to see between the bunting, the defensive assists. Like, this has been a great series for pure baseball fans.
Well, it has everything. You know, it's not just one style that we see in the American Association. Keon Barnum, of course, is maybe sort of more of that new school hitter. A lot of 3 true outcomes for him, and they do put on the overshift here with 1 out. They're not in right field, they're in the infield, but 3 on the right side. But it's a balance on both of these teams. You get a little bit of everything, and it's a great sort of representation that these are the teams fighting for a title tonight. 5th and final game of the Miles Wolf Cup Finals in the American Association. Winner of this game tonight is your AAPB champion 2022. I know it's special, Josh, that we've got the new name of this series here. You know, AAPB Championship Series is quite a mouthful, and of course, any way that we can honor the great Miles Wolf, the godfather of independent baseball as he's known, is wonderful as that pitch gets away from Correa, and Trowbridge, who has great speed, is in scoring position for the Milkmen with 1 away.
You know, you're talking about just the trophy and the name and finalizing it, and some may say, well, that's not traditional baseball. We don't have cups. You know, we don't play in finals. Hockey plays, you know, Stanley Cup finals. The reality is the American Association is Rebel baseball. I mean, Miles Wolf was Rebel baseball, so we're autonomous. We make our own rules, and that's just one thing that illustrates that.
I mean, I like it. I like the phrasing. Why can't we be like, what they have in the NHL and the NBA, calling it the finals as well? Barnum chops it first base side.
Mike Veck once told me about promoting baseball that take all the assumptions about the game you always know, and when your fans show up, flip them on their head. So, the league, we're pretty limited in what we can do, but obviously changing the name of our finals to something non-based traditional baseball, that's a small piece of doing exactly what Mike Veck taught me.
Yeah, I think Miles Wolf Cup is a better name than Commissioner's Trophy. I like Miles Wolf Cup a little better than that. That's just my opinion.
It's only a small gesture of what we can do to honor the man.
Of course. 2-2 from Feldman. Called strike 3. Painted the outside corner. Barnum down looking. A big strikeout for Davis Feldman, out number 2. Let's watch this again. Keon Barnum knew it there. Not a whole lot he could do with that pitch.
Kind of backed it up on the arm side, backed it up over the plate. That's finger pressure, Carter.
First strikeout for Red Hawk pitching tonight. McGovern did not strike out a batter in his 2+ innings. There's a strike to Kenger.
Same pitch.
Love that reaction from Superfan too.
Yeah, shout out to the Fargo Moorhawks production staff, who was production of the year. We are getting some great audio that adds to this game.
Chad Ekron and his staff are second to none. They're responsible for the pictures and the crowd audio, the field audio that you've got tonight. Swing and a miss. How about that 3-pitch sequence from Davis Feldman? That's as good as we've seen from anybody tonight.
Let's strike the old hipster out.
0-2 on Will Kenger. Logan Trowbridge on second. Base hit would more than likely give the Milkmen a 3-2 lead.
Here it is. Get him, Feldman. Get him.
1-2. Kenger flied out to left his first time up.
All right, here we go.
Again, this pitch is going to be a big one for this crowd in this game.
1-2. Kenger just gets a piece.
Carter, hasn't this felt like it was 2-1 coming into this inning, and we've only put one run across, but the momentum of this game, just in that, like the tense nature of it, this monumental, like every time one run gets pushed across.
We've seen more momentum shifts in this game than maybe the first 4 combined tonight. Worthy so far of the winner-take-all Game 5, the stakes that are on the line tonight. This has been a great start to this game. 2-2 on Kenger.
And just the storyline of McGovern coming out of this inning unexpectedly, I think, has just shifted things mentally for both sides. I think we were prepared for an epic battle between A.J. Schugel and Kevin McGovern, and that's kind of been, pulled the rug out from under us a little bit here. So it's everyone's rethinking how this game's going to play out.
Yeah, focus right here, baby. Don't worry about that. Right
Feldman's 2-2. That's a mighty good take from Will Kenger. 2 strikes, runs the count full.
All right, Feldman, here we go, baby.
World Series champ Hector Sanchez waits on deck for the Milkmen.
Here we go. Get him.
Chopper toward Dexter. The shortstop charges, throws, and gets him. The sac fly from Miguel Gomez brings in the tying run. Kevin McGovern exits. Davis Feldman gets it done in the third. What a game we've got on our hands tonight. We're tied at 2 after 2.5 in the winner-take-all Game 5 of the Miles Wolf Cup Finals.
Decide whether or not vinyl windows. With color windows are manufactured to withstand stormy days, sunny days, or just general weather days. Basically, whether or not. Choose Minn Kota Vinyl. Midwest built, Midwest tough, guaranteed for life.
Time to head down to the field for the Gerber's Potato Sack Race. Superfan, who's with you tonight?
Hey, thanks, Bob. All right, Red Hawks fans, down here on the field, we've got Tammy and Irving, Parker and Bobby. A classic mother-son battle, an oldie but a goodie, the old potato sack race. They're going to do this for you, and you're going to cheer wildly. On your mark! Get set, mamas. Go! Bring that sack down to your kids so they can take the sack to victory. Let's go, Tammy. I know Tammy was really excited that Irving got her into this. Let's go, Irving. You gotta cover me in. Go, Bobby. No, go, Tanner, go. Go, Tanner, go. And he's in. But hey, come on, Irving. They all get a prize. Back to you, Bob. Watch out for the geese, everyone.
Nice job down there, contestants, and thanks a lot to Herbert and Gerber. Check them out at the 4 Fargo location.
Well, that's a good shot.
There is the Miles Wolf Cup trophy out on the concourse. Plenty of folks taking photos with it, admiring it. There, don't get that beer too close to it now. Don't spill the beer on the trophy, guys.
Carter, we may have in fact had some very ambitious fans put some beer in the trophy last night and drink out of it.
Well, there's going to be a lot of beverages in that trophy tonight. Whoever
Yes.
wins the league tonight, as is tradition, will be filling that thing up with beverages of all sorts.
I am excited to hand out my 5th championship trophy, my 5th Miles Wolf Cup tonight. It's always a thrill. It's one of the biggest thrills as a commissioner is 2 things. One is your name on a ball and having your baseball be a part of people's lives for a long time. To get a ball at a game and you're playing catch with your siblings, your parents, your godparents, whatever it may be, the special people in your life, and ostensibly my name being on that ball is connected to that. And then 2, handing out the trophy and people's dreams coming true is a big deal.
Drew Ward leads things off. Ward, Pena, and Boscan talking to Joshua Schaub, the commissioner of the American Association. Do you remember where you were when you first saw a ball with your name on it? Like what the first one was?
Fans, it's funny because I remember sitting in my office, in fact, doing the signatures. So you have to send Rawlings your signature.
Right, sure.
And so I had, along with a colleague, had about 100 different signatures in front of me. And we were going through and saying, I like this one, don't like this one. And we pulled out Commissioner Selig's signature. I have all the old independent league commissioner balls,
oh my gosh.
Commissioner Manfred's signature, and kind of like looking at what it should look like or traditionally what it's looked like. So that's the process. So you send it off to Rawlings, and I think the first time I ever saw it was a picture they sent back to me and said, how do you like it? It was like the proof, and that was the first time. First time I held it was probably at a game. I went to a game and someone gave it to me. I don't have that ball anymore, but that's the process. And I have to decide if I want to redo my signature in coming years, keep it as is. So
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Not too many people that know that feeling.
no, it's a rarefied air and something that's something I'll never forget in my career, no matter where I go.
Big leadoff walk from Drew Ward. Patient hitter, disciplined hitter, gets it done. And Leo Pena, who doubled his first time up, now at the plate for the Fargo-Moorhead Redhawks.
That home run, it's changed the game. Now again, you feel the energy back again. Just one runner on, and this crowd's right back into it.
Well, and that's what this crowd has been like all series. You know, some games, a leadoff walk, even in a tie game, isn't going to get that big of a crowd response. But every time the Redhawks do something concrete to help get them closer to winning this winner-take-all Game 5, the fans are responding. They're trying to do everything they can to make sure they help their team tonight. And this guy, Leo Pena, as popular as anybody to put on a Red Hawks uniform in their career. Chris Coast calls him a face of the franchise type player. 1-0.
Carter, how long has Leo Pena been in the American Association?
Since
Remind me.
2018.
Yeah, so I mean, this is going on its 4th season. The one thing I love about this league, and I don't think this existed early in partner league ball, independent league ball, is players weren't sticking around as long. Now, I mean, you're seeing guys establish a brand within their communities, and I think that's awesome.
Well, you don't see that in affiliated baseball. You just don't. Pena hammers one to center, but it looks like it'll be playable for Torres. That's a long out number 1. Ward retreats to first.
That cold air, you know, different from July, is just knocking down the ball all of these games in Fargo here. Every ball hit to that left center gap, it has that sound off the bat and then just dies out there.
That felt, you know, spiritually like it was going to be off the center field wall, but not the case. Brings up Boscan.
But back to it, even if a story like Keon Barnum doing what he did in 2019 for Chicago, and then coming back as a milkman, the rival. I mean, it's just cool to see because, as you said, in affiliated baseball, players just move on.
Right.
And you don't see them again. In fact, they're trying to get out of there.
Right.
They're trying to get out of wherever they were assigned and told to go. Our players choose to go where they go, and oftentimes we see them for many, many years, playing in our communities, playing for the city on the front of their chest.
And there are so many teams that have players like that now. As Boscan, it's a mile-high pop fly, not a lot of wind to speak of. Trowbridge takes charge. That's the second out. You think about Pena here in Fargo. You think about Jabari Henry in Sioux Falls.
Kevin McGovern
in Winnipeg, and now in Fargo. Kurt Smith in Lincoln for a long time. There's, you know, players that fans can connect to. They can go to a ballpark and say, I'm going to see so-and-so hit. I'm going to see so-and-so pitch.
Yeah.
He's my guy. You don't get that as often in affiliated baseball.
Or they give you multiple special moments as a community.
Yeah.
That particular player where you go back the next season, there he is. He's going to do it again or whatever it may be. It's going to be interesting. The American Association Hall of Fame will launch this year. Miles was obviously our first inductee, but now we get to go back and look at the history of players like we just described.
Watch out in the Milkman dugout. That went right off of the railing. 0-1 on Alec Oland.
In fact, we look up here in Fargo at Newman Outdoor, and they've got some names up there that are probably candidates for the American Association Hall of Fame.
Yeah, sure. Always thought it was interesting that the Roger Maris number in Fargo is number 8 retired here rather than 9.
Ironically, I just heard the story.
Yeah.
Deputy Commissioner Buckholtz and I were discussing that, and turns out Roger Maris' number while he played in Fargo was 8.
That's right. They dug up an old photo because they wanted to make sure, which is really neat. Of course, Roger Maris, that's a name that's on a lot of people's lips these days. Yep. And it's interesting, you know, obviously so much of, obviously from Fargo, has so many connections here. Roger Maris Museum at the mall here in Fargo, and chance that his most famous record could be broken in a matter of days here. The 0-2 to Oland. Not a bad pitch, but it's 1-2.
Small, you know, nuance of the game here. Ward not a great runner.
Yep.
Sanchez is able to catch on one knee, not having to worry about him moving. You know, and Sanchez with his arm strength could probably throw out a lot of guys off of one knee, but it's just small nuance that maybe fans don't see.
Called strike 3, and Oland down looking. They got him right at the knees to finish things up in the bottom half of the third. Josh Schaub, thank you so much for spending some time with us. Great to have the commission in the booth for the start of this game, man.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Pleasure, Carter. I mean, as we started this, no place I'd rather be than right here, right now. And for fans watching this game, wow, stick tight because this is going to be special. I can feel it.
Sure is. We're tied up in 2 as we go to the 4th. It's the Miles Wolf Cup Finals.
Armadillo composite decking is low maintenance, high performance, and long lasting. Find yours at Steers and Walker at Boreham, Detroit Lakes, or Fergus Falls. Armadillo, designed for beauty, made for life.
They are here to serve, to answer the call. every single day. This community, our community, is full of everyday heroes. And now, it's your shot to be a hero for your community. Children from 5 to 11 are eligible for their COVID-19 vaccinations. By getting your COVID-19 vaccine, you can do your part in protecting yourself and your community.
Vax up, Andy, for all of us. ForAllOfUs.com.
Somebody's going to be party rocking when this game ends. Catching up on the text messages in between innings. Very engaged crowd when the baseball was going. Carter Woodell here with you from the American Association's Miles Wolf Cup Finals. We're going to the fourth. Appreciate Joshua Schaub, the commissioner of the American Association, for stopping by and lending us some of his time. He's got a busy night. He's the commissioner of the league with a must-win Game 5. Winner of this game will achieve the ultimate goal for all 12 of the American Association's teams. These are not farm teams. These are teams that play to win. There's a strike to Hector Sanchez. We've talked a lot about the pedigree that Sanchez has. And I thought it was interesting talking to him yesterday before Game 4. Asked him a question, but I ask a lot of guys who have been playing for a while, kind of saying, what keeps you going? What keeps you motivated? And he, of course, said, I love the game of baseball. I want to keep playing until my body gives out. But I thought it was also interesting how he talked about how he feels he's still getting better. Every day he's working to improve, to be a better player, a better hitter, a better catcher, better teammate than he was before. And for a guy who's played at the highest level and has a World Series ring on his finger, says a lot about what Sanchez brings to this team. Davis Feldman on the mound for Fargo-Moorhead. If you're just joining us, Kevin McGovern was taken out of the game 2 batters into the 3rd inning. Anthony Renz came out to make the change, but I'm trying to think of a better word for this, but the vibe around it, as a swing and a miss from Sanchez makes it 2-2. The vibe around it was that McGovern sort of felt like he had given what he could give and wanted to pass the baton to Feldman. McGovern tapped his chest as he headed off the mound saying, yep, this is me, and waved to the crowd for a moment before returning to the dugout. He's had such a great career, 10-year pro career, and a noteworthy moment that he chose to salute the fans on his way out. A guy who is very businesslike and is a team-first guy, doesn't call attention to himself too often. Full count on Sanchez. Feldman wanted that strike 3 call. J.J. January, who's called a really good zone tonight, I think. And up with big league experience. Says no dice. Count is full. The first 4 games of this series were all pretty straightforward. The team that scored first won all 4 of them. Virtually no lead changes, and tonight it's been anything but that. A back and forth start to this game. Hit hard to the left side. Well done from Leo Pena. That's a heck of a stop. Has time. One away here in the top of the 4th. Here comes Carl Chester for the Milkmen. Two 4-0 for Milwaukee. 2-4-1 for the home side. RBI single from Keon Barnum gave the Milkmen the lead in the first. Evan Alexander hit a dramatic two-run homer out to right was as fired up as you'll ever see. The Redhawks were pouring out of the dugout to greet him. He was firing up his teammates. Let's go. Waving the arms to pump up the crowd. It was a huge moment. And the Milkmen responded in the third. Brian Torres led off with a single. He was pumping up his team and the visiting fans. The single from Trowbridge chased McGovern from the game, and a sac fly off the bat of Miguel Gomez tied the score. Chester bunts that one foul. Correa gave it a look, gave it a chase, couldn't quite get caught up with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. No air ball.
Feldman, though, did a good job
Please report.
to get out of the jam in the third inning. Could have been more than just that one run. He struck out Keon Barnum and then got Will Kendra to ground out. He hit one up the middle where Sam Dexter was positioned for the 6-3 putout. A winner-take-all Game 5 for the Miles Wolf Cup. The 1-2. In the air to right, Alec Oland. 2 gone. This is the 7th time in American Association history that two teams have taken the field knowing the winner of that night's game will walk away Miles Wolf Cup champions. Or, you know, the previous name of the cup as well. Don't know if it had a name, it was just the championship trophy. The previous 6, the home teams have won 3, the road team has won 3. 2 one-run games, 2 3-run games, and 2 more lopsided fixtures. That includes the last time we had a winner-take-all Game 5 in the association. That was back in 2017.
Let's go, baby!
That was as hectic and topsy-turvy a finals as this league has ever seen, and it ended with a lopsided victory for the Winnipeg Goldeyes. Beat the Wichita Wingnuts 18-2 to claim that 2017 title.
Let's go, baby!
And of course, Kevin McGovern, longtime member of that Goldeyes staff. He's trying to become just the second person in association history to get a 3rd championship ring. Steve Schuster, the voice of the Goldeyes, tweeted that out earlier tonight. Milwaukee has 3 players in their dugout that can get their 3rd ring tonight. Karch Kowalczyk and Jake Mathis, who are in their bullpen. And Mason Davis, their shortstop all season, who is on the bench with an injury right now. Of course, the Milkmen won just a couple of years ago in 2020, defeating the Sioux Falls Canaries 4-1. They expanded the series to a best of 7, so they won that Game 5. Wasn't quite the same as this Game 5, in a best of 5. 3-1 to Aaron Hill. And Hill works a walk.
Shortstop number 6, Jeremiah Burke.
56 degrees in Fargo right now as Jeremiah Burke steps in. Chilly weather, but nothing crazy. Was talking to Aaron Hill in batting practice today. He's from Groton, Connecticut. And he said, yeah, I'm used to weather like this. And look at this. Out comes Anthony Renz to have a word with Feldman, and it looks like the Redhawks are going to the bullpen once again. Don't know if we've seen an official signal yet. It was delayed when McGovern came out as well, but they're going to open the bullpen door, I think. You can see Renz kind of looking over there. McGovern is the pitching coach. If this were a mound visit for some advice, it would likely be him coming out. And as JJ January makes his way to the mound, I think we'll see a signal from Renz here in just a sec. No, maybe not. Thought if it was advice, we'd see the Gov, but Davis Feldman remains in the game. That's interesting because the left fielder Novak was over in the left field corner where that bullpen area is. Guess he was just there to say hi. That's a look at Chris Coast, Manager of the Year in the American Association, and talking to Kevin McGovern on his left and John Silviano to his right. So Feldman stays in to face Jeremiah Burks. Aaron Hill has good speed at first base with 2 away.
That's right, stay there!
It's one of the cool things about win or go home playoff games like this. You really get to see the managers throw out all the stops, everything they can do to get a win. And in this league where we play to win, it's just taken up to that extra level. Again, we don't have a look inside the bullpen for Fargo. From our vantage point up here in the booth here at Newman Outdoor Field, there's a grandstand that is in between us and the bullpen.
All right, let's go 3-7. Shut him down.
Ball and a strike on Jeremiah Burks.
Space. That's just like blown out.
Feldman delivers. Two and one.
Let's go, baby!
Feldman a strike away from finishing up the 4th. These Red Hawks fans locked in. We'll probably get a pretty big roar from this crowd if Feldman can retire Burks right here. Right-hander is ready. Here comes the 2-2. Called strike 3, got him. Not sure if he went around, but J.J. January rung him up regardless, and Davis Feldman, after that lengthy mound visit, trots off the mound with the score still level. 2-2 at the end of 3.5. Michael Lang will join us when we come back. It's the American Association's Miles Wolf Cup Finals on AABaseball.tv.
Ours has been living over 6,000 years. When you visit Winnipeg, you'll discover a city rich in culture and creative to the core. We make the Cove cool. Dance at the very side. Pull up a seat at our table. All are welcome. Our stories flow together like the rivers that connect our city. Everywhere you go, an opportunity to learn, to listen, to grow. We're as real as it gets. Shaped by a global community. Anchored by a deep history. Visit Winnipeg. Discover your story.
Thanks for stopping out to Newman Outdoor Field for 740 The Fan Night. Your home for Red Hawks baseball all season long. Is 740 AM and 107.3 FM.
Carter Woodell, Michael Lang with you in the Miles Wolf Cup Finals. We are tied at 2 as we go to the bottom half of the 4th. And Michael, this is as big of a game as you can fathom in the American Association. You have had the privilege of being able to play in a game like this. How do you describe the emotions that the players are feeling and the emotions in the ballpark for something like this?
You feed off the crowd. The crowd gives you the energy, and honestly, even if you're on the visiting side, the crowd gives you the energy as well. Everybody knows what's at stake. This is literally the last game of the season. Everybody's excited. They're ready to go, and it's just, you know, they're grinding every out, and the fact that it's 2-2 bottom four, what more can you ask for right now?
Yeah, this has been, you know, I was telling Joshua Schaub earlier, as Sam Dexter swings and misses. Big cut there. He might have been thinking 3-2 with that swing. And boy, Hector Sanchez, he's really been working hard behind the plate in this series, and he got dinged up there again. We'll see where this one got him here from Dexter. Where do you think that
maybe
hit
like the
there?
inside of
On
the thigh
knee
or
there?
something.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a part of Hector Sanchez's body that hasn't been hit with a baseball in this series. I mean, he's been blocking everything. He's been a real warrior.
That's what you want from the catcher. I know it's tough, but he just gets right back out there and he's ready to go. Just give me a second, I'll walk around and we're good.
And he never looks, you know, too frustrated about it. He's ready to go. He's ready to do the work.
He understands too that the longer he takes, it almost affects the rhythm of the pitcher on the mound. So he's doing his best to try and shake it off as quick as possible and get right back out there.
Dexter to left center field. Torres on the run. He won't get to it. Cuts it off. Dexter is motoring for second base. The throw comes in offline, and Dexter has a double. A more on-target throw could have potentially gunned down the Redhawks shortstop. But the toss from Torres sails to the right of Miguel Gomez. And Sam Dexter already has a triple tonight. Gets a two-bagger as well.
You know, that's an outstanding read by Dexter too, and it's one of those plays that, because it's in front of you, he has full vision, so he can go as hard as he can out of the box, make that turn really hard, anticipating going for two there, seeing everything what's happening in front of him, and he could see where that throw is right away, and he knows that he can go in. Obviously, if the throw's online, he has time to stop and probably get back to first.
Here's Evan Alexander, lays a bunt down. Schugel charging, gives way to Sanchez, throw to first, safe!
This is the type of energy you're talking about.
How about that from Alexander? His first time up, he crushes a two-run homer, and this time he lays down a bunt for a base hit. You can do it all, and he got in there just by a half a step.
Love
Wow.
the effort there. Love that.
And I don't know if that was an Alexander decision or if that's a Chris Coast and Anthony Wren sign there, but either way, that's a great move. Because at least for me, I'm hearing the Jordan walk-up music. I'm envisioning the two-run homer he already hit where the fans were going nuts. You're not thinking bunt single right
No,
there.
those are the times you catch him off guard. You
Absolutely.
catch him sleeping a little bit. And again, how often in a season do you hear the crowd going nuts for a base hit bunt? That's what you get in a Game 5.
They're going nuts for everything tonight. This is an electric crowd. Runner going. Novak with a squeeze bunt foul.
Love the decision there.
Dexter left a little bit later than Alexander did, but you've got speed all over the base paths here.
I love it because if you get that bunt down, even if you're out at first, you move him to second in scoring position. You got a runner at second, one out with a run and the lead.
Dexter on third, Alexander on first. A winner-take-all Game 5 in the Miles Wolf Cup Finals in the American Association. They check on Alexander, and Sam Dexter made sure to stray from third just a little bit on that throw. He's got a smile on his face. He's keeping an eye on that. Even if you just look at the faces of the fans behind home plates, there are a couple of smiles, but there's a lot of tension in those faces right now. They're ready to explode here. The 0-1, 0-2. Big time fastball when A.J. Schugel needed it. Bullpen has been activated for Milwaukee. Ben Holmes is working. A 6'1" left-hander. Schugel's 0-2. High fly to center. This should be deep enough to bring Dexter in. Torres makes the catch. Dexter tags. The throw goes to second to keep Alexander at first. Fargo Moorhead retakes the lead on a sacrifice fly from Novak. Novak gets the job done.
Outstanding job, O2.
Yes.
Honestly, you're just trying to put the ball in a position where you can get that guy home, whether that's even if it's grounding into a double play. Who cares? You get that run home, you retake the lead. That's your goal in that situation. So he did an outstanding job, especially down 0-2.
Momentum back with the Redhawks here. Schugel remaining on the bump to face Christian Correa. Runner bluffs and Correa fouls it back. Evan Alexander loves to steal. In the regular season, Alexander racked up 31 steals and was only caught 4 times. When he first came to the Redhawks, he asked Jack Michaels, the voice of the Redhawks sitting right to our right in the next booth over, what the franchise record was for steals. Here he goes. Pitch in there for a strike. He got a great jump and is in there safely ahead of the throw. That was a heck of a jump from Alexander. Sanchez with a ton of arm strength, but there was nothing he could do.
You probably couldn't see this on the video feed there, but if you watched him steal that base, he must have been timing him up or seeing something, because he shuffled before he went there. And again, an outstanding job by Correa, just letting that one go.
Put the bat on his shoulder.
He probably could have swung at that, but instead it's 0-2 now, and he knows that he has a guy in scoring position.
Schugel steps off for a moment. Looking over at Holmes, and he appears to be ready to go in the Milkmen bullpen. That gets foul. Not by much.
That was a lot closer than I thought.
Closer than it looked from up in this booth, I will tell you. But Trowbridge was tracking it, knew it was just foul. Pitch. That was a great look from Chad Egren and his crew at the little game between Schugel and Alexander over at second base. He's not done making life difficult for the Milkmen right-hander. One-two. Chopper over Schugel's head. Gomez backhands, throws across his body and gets the out. Great pick from Will Kencher at first base. That is a heck of a play from Gomez and Kencher. Alexander moves up 90 feet. And with 2 away, it's back to the top of the Redhawks lineup. And Anthony Barone, it looks like, will bring in Holmes to face the lefty Peter Maris, who leads things off for Fargo Moorhead. As that will do it for A.J. Schugel. Solid outing for him, but exits on the hook. It's 3-2 Fargo Moorhead here in the bottom half of the 4th. Back in just a bit. It's the Miles Wolf Cup Finals on AABaseball.tv. So Anthony Barone makes the move as A.J. Schugel is gone. 3 2/3 innings for him, gives up 3 runs on 6 hits, walks 1 and strikes out 2. He is, of course, responsible for Evan Alexander, who is on third base for the Fargo Moorhead Redhawks. What a ball game we have been witness to tonight. It's not a bad place to watch the ball game from out there in the outfield. I guess they wanted him to get down from there or something. They were looking over that platform. But 2 lefties to start things off for Fargo Moorhead in their lineup. In fact, 3 of the first 4 hitters are left-handed, and Maris, Ward, and Boscan, at least judging by how Boscan has batted in this series. So the move to Holmes makes sense. And he's on in a big spot. This is a game that's been full of big moments. Milkmen took a 1-0 lead. Red Hawks flipped the script, 2-run homer from Alexander. Then top of the third inning, a sac fly from Gomez, and now a sac fly from Novak. Will have a chance to trade runs, and it's 3-2. Red Hawks here in the fourth. Superfan. I don't know if Superman knows all the dance moves of Soulja Boy. That's turning the clock back quite a ways.
You know, I think we expected a different outcome from the pitching here, but I really like it. I like that we're getting into the bullpens. We're scoring some runs.
There's no tomorrow. You know, what do you?
Today is the day for the shortest leash of the year.
Yep.
Go for it. You
No
need to
doubt.
win.
And what I think has been good, I think especially with McGovern, everybody's been on the same page.
Yes.
You know, the Red Hawks, clearly the Red Hawks came in. We were talking about McGovern showing out and adding to his legacy. That does not look like that was the plan for the Red Hawks today. They were making sure that he was.
It's a credit to his character and a
Right.
credit to him also as the pitching coach. Like he has to put himself into that mode as well, not just I want the ball, I'm the pitcher, I'm the guy tonight. It's I'm also the pitching coach, and he might feel some things that he would normally see from his pitching staff. So.
So Holmes comes in for Schugel to face Maris, who is 0 for 2 this evening. Maris grounded out to short in the first and flied out to right in the second. Ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Alexander has tons of speed at third. Base hit would double the Red Hawk lead.
Let's go!
2-1. It's going to sound weird to say, but I think the lack of noise from the crowd in moments like this shows how engaged they are.
Yeah.
They're not
I think
really
they're
having.
pretty locked in,
They're not
right?
talking. They're not like, where are we going for a bite to eat after the game.
It's almost one of those like nervous quietness. You just can't wait to explode when an RBI single or a double gets hit here.
They all kind of have the mentality that Chris Coast does in the dugout. Just sitting, keeping an eye on the game. Anthony Barone, same deal.
There is a definite, even in the booth up here, there's a totally different feel.
Yeah, we got
totally
even with the windows closed up here, it's unreal. They're getting the windows fixed in Fargo. 3-1. High strike, 3-2. This inning started with the Sam Dexter double. Got in under an offline throw from Brian Torres. Then Alexander laid down a bunt single, made it first and third, and a sac fly brought the run in. Maris pops it up. Trowbridge, he's been busy tonight. Calls off Burks and makes the catch, retreating into left field to finish things up in the fourth. But the double, the bunt single, and the sacrifice fly add up to a 1-run Red Hawk lead. It's 3-2 Fargo Moorhead after 4 in the Miles Wolf Cup Finals on AABaseball.tv.
Hey, Fargo Moorhead fans. While you're busy packing the seats to see the future of baseball, Amazon is packing your deliveries. With hourly warehouse jobs, you can get competitive pay and great benefits while working with other team players. To learn more about jobs near you, visit Amazon.com/HomeTeam. Go Red Hawks!
I like looking at shots like this because you can see how many people just can't bear to sit during the game. I mean, there are people who have seats, but this is a must-win, winner-take-all Game 5. The winner of this game is going to win the championship. If the Red Hawks win it, the home team, they'll win their first American Association title and their first championship of any kind since 2010. And there are some people, you know, I get it, man. When I watch a big game, my team's playing in, I'll be standing up. And that's how these fans are reacting. A lot of them right now are just standing on the concourse watching this game. Davis Feldman returns to the mound for Fargo-Moorhead in a game that looks poised to be a classic. But we've got a lot of baseball to go, heading to the 5th. Top of the lineup due up for the Milwaukee Milkmen. And it's interesting, really one of the big developments in this game, Kevin McGovern, the all-time wins and strikeouts leader in American Association history, pulled after 2+ innings, 2 batters into the 3rd by Chris Coast and Anthony Renz, and with himself acting as the pitching coach, he was part of that discussion as well. Feldman is in, and we mentioned earlier that Tyler Grauer went out to the bullpen for this game, Michael. There's a chance we see him pitch after taking a perfect game into the 6th inning 2 nights ago.
Well, I guess either.
Torres grounds one to first. Nice play from Boscan. Gets to Feldman. That's harder than it looks. One gone.
I'd say either today or tomorrow would be like a bullpen day for him, so it wouldn't be totally out of the question. And you're really not going to ask him for more than 1 inning, probably, maybe even 1 batter. But I bet he'd be jacked and ready to go, just as anybody would. Once the adrenaline kicks in, you can do anything at that point.
There's no shortage of adrenaline in this ballpark.
And they're doing a good job with the music too.
Yeah.
If that doesn't get you up.
Pumping us up, man. They do it right. They do the little things well here in Fargo. They really do. Logan Trowbridge reached on an error in the 1st inning, then had that single in inning number 3. Two and 0. Davis Feldman in the regular season achieved something that's rarer than a no-hitter. You know what he did earlier this year? Threw an immaculate inning.
Ooh, I love it.
It was the 1st inning of his start. It was a heck of a way to come out and start a game. He'll strike out 3 guys on 9 total pitches. Chopper left side, past the diving Dexter, a base hit for Logan Trowbridge. Now it's Gomez's turn. Gomez grounded into a double play in the 1st and then had that sacrifice fly. But out comes Anthony Renz with a switch hitting Gomez stepping up to the plate. To have another word with Feldman. He's already had 1 lengthy mound visit in Feldman's tenure. Was not in this inning, so this isn't necessarily a pitching change. Maybe just to get the scout, give him a breather here before this big AB.
These are the types of games where you could potentially see your closer come in the 7th.
Yeah. We could see
Especially since he hasn't thrown the past 2 nights and he had the day off.
Alex Dubois is fresh for Fargo-Moorhead, the relief pitcher of the year. Has not pitched since Sunday.
He'll go out there and throw 100 if he needs to.
I have no doubt. He's got that dog in him, Alex Dubois. And the same goes for Rodrigo Benoit in the other bullpen.
You could have a battle in the 7th.
2 really great closers in this game. That was huge last night that Frankie Bartow was able to come out in the 8th and throw his 3rd inning of work to give Benoit the 9th, and he threw a nice, easy 9th inning. Obviously, the only objective was to win that game 4, but the way it fell together for Anthony Barone really, really helped them going into this winner-take-all game 5. First pitch to Gomez. This could be 2. Maris, Dexter, double play. Side retired. Davis Feldman throws 3 innings. And the Red Hawks stay in front 3-2. halfway through a regulation game. It's the Miles Wolf Cup Finals on AABaseball.tv.
Down to the field. Let's do the Sweet Shots Chip It to Win It contest. Superfan, who's with you?
Hey, thanks, Bob. Hey, Red Hawks fans down here, I got Neil. He came all the way from West Fargo, North Dakota. He's going to hit some balls into that bucket. For every ball you make in that bucket, look at, we got the Carney bird here for you. Get a little, ramp up the challenge. All right. Anyhow, every ball, 3 hour Sweet Shots. Let's go, Neil. We're watching. Cheer 'em on, everybody. Here we go. We got 5 balls, and he's a little wide left. Let's go here, Neil. Bend your knees. Eye on the ball. Baseball's about to happen, so we got to speed it up a little bit. Get it. Oh, there we go. We're going to get that one to you. All right, here we go. Here we go, Neil. Don't worry about setting it. And a swing, and that's a little wide right. That's okay. No one's watching. Here we go, Neil, quickly. We got 2 more. Rapid fire, Neil. Rapid. Oh, he's off. Go, Neil, go. Hey, Neil didn't make one of them. But guess what? We're going to give him 5 free hours at Sweet Shots. That is sweet. Now, Neil, you got to run. Let's go. Come on, Neil. Look at that form. Look at that form. I knew 5 would be a good answer.
Please stop down there. Make sure you check out Sweet Shots, your entertainment destination for any occasion. Moving off, number 15 for the Red Hawks, designated hitter, number 21, Drew Moore.
3-2 Fargo Moorhead as we go to the bottom half of the 5th. Heart of the lineup due up against Holmes. And Ward takes ball 1. Want to welcome those of you joining us on Facebook, sticking with us tonight. We're also on baseballamerica.com. We're on YouTube, the American Association's YouTube page. We're on Twitter at AA_baseball. We're on Twitch tonight as well. So happy to be with you for the winner-take-all Game 5. The Miles Wolf Cup Finals. That was a heck of a pitch from Holmes. Wipeout breaking ball, 1-2.
Those always are tough to lay off. I
Sure.
know it. It's one of those things where you're watching it, and you're like, oh my gosh, why did he swing at that? And you have no idea until you see it.
Well, that's why, I think everybody should follow Pitching Ninja on Twitter. Ward just gets a piece of that one. Nearly fell for it again. For that sort, why is he swinging at the ball in the dirt, and why are there so many strikeouts in baseball these days? Just follow that account, and you'll see the answers to both of those questions.
Pitchers are pretty nasty.
And we've seen all kinds of baseball, in this league this season, but even just within this game. We have seen a little bit of everything. Bunt singles, base hits, a long home run. Swing and a miss, got him. Threw it again. Got to give Holmes credit there. Was out in front, then just got a piece, brought it down another notch.
It's one of those things. As a hitter, you still can't sit there because you don't want to get beat by the fastball, but you almost know it's coming, and again, it's so hard. And he put it just a little bit better than the one that was sweeping outside, so it looks better to you, but it ends up dropping off. It obviously was a ball, but ends up being strike 3.
Ball and no strikes on Leo Pena. That base hit for Pena was a double in the first. A wild pitch moved from the third. He was stranded there on a deep fly out by Manuel Boscan. The ball is not carrying tonight. Pena pops one up back towards us. Get the net out, Jack Michaels. He nearly got it, but not quite. Jack Michaels, the voice of the Redhawks, has a net that he hangs out over the out of the booth when there's a foul ball that heads over towards him. I hope everybody's all right over there. Yeah, they came in and hit near the sweets. I think it might have woken up a baby, but everybody's okay.
Talk about mom of the year. I think it hit her in the head.
Did it? Pena drills one to center, playable for Torres. There was a mom carrying a baby
Yeah, she
and it
ducked
got her?
and she put that baby right underneath her and wore it off the back of her head.
I think it might have got, yeah, it might have the ricochet gotten her. She looks like she's okay. Her friends are checking it out, but
She just made sure that baby was safe, and she did her.
yeah, she's saying, I'm all right. Wow, love it. It's a great play. I'm glad she's okay. That was a weird, you don't often see a ball happen like that. This ballpark has really expansive netting, which is great to see, but that was hit straight up in the air and then got pushed back. Very unusual play. So that brings up Boscan. Lefty on lefty. Boscan had that aforementioned fly out to deep center and then popped out to third in the third inning. And again, that Pena base, or the fly ball, I should say. There's a ground ball left side. Jeremiah Burks can't quite get to it. Base hit for Boscan. It just feels like base hits like that one are what's going to win your team this game. I mean, really puts that Evan Alexander home run in perspective.
Sure does.
Because we've seen a handful of batters tonight just hit a ball right on the screws and have nothing to show for it. Just not carrying.
In situations where you're shifting a guy pull side, he hits a not a hard shot to the shortstop, but that was right where he's standing now, and ends up being a base hit.
Well,
that's the downside to the shift.
Just like what we saw with Keon Barnum in the first inning, his RBI single opposite way against the shift. And of course, they wouldn't be shifting if it didn't work the majority of the time.
Correct.
But nothing's 100%. Olin to right field. That tail's foul. In the Milkman bullpen where there is a gentleman up on his feet over there. That looks like former relief pitcher of the year in the American Association, Peyton Gray, warming up for Milwaukee. Had one of the best seasons by any reliever in league history when he did not allow an earned run in 2020. 0-1 to Oland. Watch out.
I don't know how that didn't hit him. I just saw the replay.
That was really
That
close.
was
really
Get
close.
that elbow, guys. Take that off the.
You know, it's easy to say that.
Instincts are to get out of the way.
Yeah. It happens so fast.
I will say that is one of the worst places to get hit by a pitch. I've been hit directly on my elbow, and it hurts for days.
Even with the guard?
I never wore a guard because it's funny because I made the comment, one of my buddies, I got hit by a pitch in like my tricep, and one of my buddies was like, why don't you wear an elbow guard? I was like, I never get hit in the actual elbow, literally next at bat, right in the elbow.
The 2-1. 2-2. Just missed that. Whoa. Don't know if we saw that. The ball boy outslid Superfan for that baseball there. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. 3-2 Redhawks. We've had so much excitement in this game. Redhawks took the lead on a 2-run home run by Evan Alexander in the second inning. Milkmen tied it up on a Gomez sac fly in the third. A Nick Novak sac fly in inning number 4 put the Redhawks back in front. That's where we stand. Boscan on first base, 2 away. Superfan is a pace of play advocate right now. Holmes pitches. Chopper to third. Trowbridge goes the short way. So ends the bottom of the 5th. No runs a hit and nobody left. We've played 5. The Redhawks still clinging to a slim 3-2 advantage. This is the Miles Wolf Cup Finals on AABaseball.tv. We welcome you back to the American Association's Miles Wolf Cup Finals. Carter Woodell, Michael Lang here with you. You can see Roger Maris's retired number 8. Of course, he wore 9 when he was with the Yankees, but when he was here playing in his hometown of Fargo, he wore number 8. So that's why they've got it retired here. Aaron Judge just drew another walk in related news as he tries to tie Roger Maris's Yankee and American League single season home run record. It's a great shot by Chad Ekron and his crew. It's been really interesting, you know, how obviously this is Roger Maris. They'll never take away what he was able to do on the field and his impact on this town and the community as Davis Feldman comes back out to the mound to face Keon Barnum here. But the mystique of that record is a big part of his legacy. It would really be something if that record were to fall at long last.
It's nice to, you know, it's very interesting because one of my high school kids I was working with today, he actually made the comment that he was really excited for what was going on for the reason that Maris's name was getting brought up again.
Barnum with the base hit the opposite way over the head of Pena. That's a great way of putting it. And records
he said it was nice to see his name getting brought up on the on ESPN and just all the media outlets now.
Records are made to be broken, as they say. I'm sure the Yankee fans reacted with their typical brand of humility and reservedness when Judge drew that walk. I'm sure they were totally understanding about that. Big base hit for Barnum. We'll see how much gas Davis Feldman has in the tank, piggybacking Kevin McGovern here. He's thrown 43 pitches, so by no means is he exhausted all the bullets in the chamber here. Would it be crazy to suggest that maybe Feldman could bridge the gap to do board in this game?
Nothing's crazy in Game 5.
Nothing's crazy in Game 5. That's a good way. That should be our slogan if this happens again. Nothing's crazy in Game 5, man.
I think he's looking for exactly how he ended inning 5.
Yep, got a double play.
I don't know if there's a better feeling, probably from a coaching staff, when you go out for a mound visit. Obviously,
Yes.
there's some stuff going through your own mind that you probably don't express. But you got runner on first, one out, and literally one pitch, you're back in the dugout with the rest of the team.
Ball gets away from Christian Correa. Keon Barnum will take second. Barnum is not the fastest player in the association. Gets to move up 90 feet and takes away the possibility of a ground ball double play. Oh, and Feldman, a little bit of frustration there after that ball got away from Correa.
Sometimes those are tough as a catcher, though, and you're set up in a spot and expecting in a certain location, and it brings you across your body and low. It's not the easiest.
Still waiting on the official scoring for that. Pena is in at third. Everybody else back, and Kencher rips one to right, but Oland is right there. And Keon Barnum stays put at second base. That's as hard hit a ball as we've seen from a Milkman tonight, but it was right to Alec Oland. One away.
It's unfortunate, too, because with the runner on second and no outs, you're trying to hit the ball to the right side to get him to third. You know, if you get a base hit, it's a bonus, but he did what he was supposed to do. He got a good pitch. He smoked it, and unfortunately, it wasn't a deep fly ball. It was shallow enough for him not to be able to tag.
Was scored a wild pitch that moved Barnum over, and again, out comes Anthony Renz. And he claps his hands, and it looks like this time he will take the baseball from Davis Feldman, and making sure to bump fists with every member of his infield. Davis Feldman with the look of a man satisfied with his work in this winner-take-all Game 5. Davis Feldman exits, and charging out of the bullpen for the Fargo-Moorhead Redhawks is Tyler Grauer.
No.
Or yes or no?
No.
No, it's Jones. I'm sorry about that. I got excited. I thought maybe Grauer was coming in. It's going to be Jones, another man that we saw earlier. Saw him last night. And he can potentially bridge the gap here. We'll take a break, come back as we watch Jones come in for Fargo in just a sec. Ooh. So here is Jones for the Redhawks. Saw him in last night's ball game through 2 perfect innings to close out that game. It was a Milkman win. Comes on in relief of Davis Feldman, who got the baton from Kevin McGovern. Feldman is responsible for Barnum on second. 3 innings, no runs, 2 hits, 1 walk, and 2 Ks. Barnum trying for third, and they throw the baseball away. Keon Barnum is trying to break for the plate, and Keon Barnum comes across with the tying run for Milwaukee. Can you believe it?
I literally have no words for that.
The veteran catches everybody by surprise. We got a whole new ball game. It's a stolen base and an E1. Keon Barnum, who is hampered by an Achilles injury that's nagged him for his last couple of seasons has been taking it easy on the base paths. As a result, there's just no predicting baseball. It's 3-3.
And the reason why it worked is the same reason I'm just stunned right now.
Yep.
Is I don't think a single soul in this ballpark saw that coming. And he probably knew that. Wow.
Hector Sanchez to right field. Oland heading back, turning and looking. Milwaukee on top. Hector Sanchez goes yard. It's 4-3.
Wow, has the momentum shifted here.
Break out the cow print cloak. This World Series champ is trying to get another ring on his finger. Holy cow.
He knew it as soon as he hit it, too.
That is exactly where this ballpark is gettable on a night where the ball is not carrying at all. Sanchez crushes that. And such a huge release of emotion for him. The big bat flip. We mentioned last night, he hit the ball hard pretty much every time he came up to the plate, but the defense kept robbing him of hits. Can't rob that. Holy cow. What a baseball game. Two and one the count on Carl Chester.
I think he needs to just step off, take a deep breath, regroup. Your team's going to get you back in this.
And for Chris
Boy,
Coast's
has
team,
it,
it's about staying the course right now.
Boy, has it quieted this crowd down, that's for sure.
It has. Waving a miss from Chester. 2-2. Keon Barnum with the steal of third. Comes in on the overthrow from Jones. And then a home run from Sanchez. What a night. And this is far from finished, this game.
Wow. This is what you want in a game 5. This is
everything
This
we
is
could have
great.
asked for and more in this game, and we're only in the 6th. Imagine what the last 3 innings or more have in store. Ball 4 to Chester. Some frustration from the Red Hawk faithful and from Jones on the mound. Boy, is this Milkmen dugout and the Milkmen cheering section fired up right now. What a ball game. Evan Alexander's home run set this crowd into a frenzy, gave the Red Hawks the lead. The teams traded sacrifice flies in the 3rd and 4th innings. It was 3-2 Red Hawks. Then Barnum was on second. Joe Jones came into the game. And that's like an all-time baseball IQ play from Keon Barnum. A guy who really, the game never moves too quickly for him. Made the decision to just go for third while Jones was set and ready for his first pitch. Took a while for Jones to spot him, and when he did, threw the baseball away and allowed Barnum to come in and score. Then Hector Sanchez ripped a home run into the Fargo Knights to give Milwaukee the lead. 0-1. Big cut from Hill. It's 0-2. Ball and 2 strikes. We mentioned the tension in this building, a little bit more edge to these fans right now. Redhawks have not won an American Association title in their history. They've won 5 Northern League championships, the last in 2010. In other words, it's been a while.
He's flirting with that pitch right there. That was a really good pitch and an even better take.
Well, and he saw Hill take that big swing for strike 2, and Hill, good on him for changing the approach. Another 2-2 in the dirt. Correa throws over and Boscan blocks it at first base. That's where it helps to be a catcher. On deck, Jeremiah Burks for the Milkmen. Winner take all game 5. Winner of this game tonight will be celebrating with the Miles Wolf Cup until the wee hours of the morning. Who will it be? Runner goes. Pitch in the dirt for ball 4. Out comes Anthony Renz. And Jones's night is over. 4-3 Milwaukee. What a turn of events at Newman Outdoor Field. First and second, 1 out. The Redhawks trying to keep this a 1-run ball game when we come back. It's the Miles Wolf Cup Finals on AABaseball.tv. So Reed Berlingmeyer comes out of the pen for the FM Redhawks. Joe Jones does not get an out. Just got off to a rough start to his appearance when Keon Barnum stole third base and came in to score. Vince Sanchez, the next hitter, hit a solo home run. Walked the next 2 batters that he faced. And Chester and Hill has got that line out to Kenger with Feldman up, but this has been a game with plenty of twists and turns. Barnum single in the first inning, 2-run home run from Alexander in the second. Milkmen tied it on a sac fly in the third from Gomez. Another sac fly from the Redhawks, courtesy of Novak. Put them back in front in the fourth, and 2 runs already in the top half of this 6th inning. Jeremiah Burks at the plate. And if you're a Redhawks fan in the stands, a lot of them are thinking double play right here. Burks is a tough guy to double off. But with first and second and 1 out. Big spot for Berlingmeyer. Berlingmeyer threw a clean 6th inning last night. Chester the runner on second, Hill the runner on first. Good speed all the way around here as Correa with a good block to start off this plate appearance.
feel like if I'm McGovern, I'm just relaying down to my guys or whoever's in there. You want to tell them you don't need to make the perfect pitch right now. And it seems like that's what's happening. As soon as you kind of go down or some things don't go your way, it seems like the guys are trying to make that perfect pitch, and that's when you start throwing more balls. And they just need to relax and throw their game.
1-0 pitch. In the dirt once again, 2 balls, no strikes. Brian Torres is on deck. You don't want him up in a bases loaded situation.
Absolutely not. Also because he's not, I mean it happens, but he's not typically a double play threat on the bases.
Sure. He's as aggressive in his base running style as any player in the league.
He flies, I love it.
Not easy to double off, no sir. 2-0 pitch, 2-1. Jeremiah Burks is 0 for 2, 4 for 15 in the finals. Myers 2-1. In the air to right. Alec Olin comes in to make the play. Chester will not test his arm. He learned that last night.
Sure did.
Carl Chester was thrown out at third, trying to go first to third on a single last night by Alec Olin. That'll do if you're Fargo Moorhead, but here comes the menace in this Milkmen lineup. A lot of great hitters, of course, for Milwaukee, but this is the batting champion of the American Association, Brian Torres. Brimming with confidence. Been extremely vocal tonight, encouraging his team, and they have fed off of that energy. Chester on second, Hill on first, 2 out. Huge, huge batter in this winner-take-all Game 5 of the Miles Wolf Cup Finals. Torres had an infield single in the first inning, scored. More traditional single in the third inning, scored. His last time up, he grounded out to first base.
It's kind of similar to last night.
Yep.
You know, he's what sparked them offensively, and you know, when he got on the base paths, he scored twice, and did the same today. That's what you want in your leadoff batter.
Burling Myers 0-1. And Torres always has confidence in himself. I remember talking to him on AA Now earlier this year. He was hitting .350 when he was named a midseason All-Star. They named those All-Star teams about 3 weeks before the All-Star game. He told me, he said, I want to be hitting .380 by the time I go to that All-Star game. And you know what? He did it.
That's amazing. Good for him.
He says that obviously the team comes first, but he, unlike some players, uses stats to motivate himself at the plate. Burling Myers 0-2. Good block from Correa. Chester was pretty far off the second base bag.
Let's go!
That could have been. That's one of those balls. If it literally bounced probably 2 inches left or right, that's hitting the side of his Chester face mask and bouncing away, and you got second and third.
Yeah, it'll be 2 in scoring position. Correa will head out and have a chat with Burlingmeyer. We've had tension in this building all night. It really has been taken up an extra notch at this end. Baden Gray is looking like he's good to go, still throwing just to stay loose in the Milwaukee bullpen. Looks Looks like he could potentially come on for Holmes, though we'll see. We've seen some creative managing in this series, and more often than not, it's gone right for the Skippers. 1-2 to Torres. Hit hard down the right field line, gets down for a base hit. Carl Chester rounds third. He'll score easily. It's an RBI single for Torres, and Milwaukee doubles their lead. 5-3 Milkmen.
It's okay! It's okay!
Chester across the plate. Aaron Hill goes first to third. How about this association finals for Brian Torres? Came in with the 1,000 OPS for the finals. He's 3 for 4 tonight. That RBI single. Brings up Logan Trowbridge. 0-1. Just get the feeling like Burlingmeyer just needs to stop the bleeding here. That run is charged to Jones.
Just need to get one more out, get the guys back in the dugout, and see what happens from there.
A 1 pitch. To third, it's past Pena. A fair ball down the left field line. Aaron Hill scores. An RBI knock for Trowbridge. They put the stop sign up for Torres, but it's a ribby double for Logan Trowbridge. Milwaukee keeps pouring it on. A 4 spot in the 6th, and it's 6-3 Moo. Trowbridge's third RBI of the finals. And it's second and third for Gomez, the 9th batter to come to the plate in this 6th inning.
Let's go, Reed!
Torres is going to be dancing over at third in this plate appearance. That's lifted in the air to left field. That gets down for a base hit. Torres scores. They're waving Trowbridge around. Here comes the throw from Nick Novak. Not in time. 2-run single. Gomez. The Milkmen breaking it open here in the 6th. 8-3. Look at the emotion.
It's crazy to think how all of this started with Barnum making that decision there, and if he gets thrown out at third, there's 2 outs, nobody on, you're down by 1. This whole inning is changed.
We could
and
look
here
back.
He is back again.
Could look back on that play as Barnum does come back up.
Do they go to do board here?
As the turning point of the game. We'll see. Anthony Wren's coming out. Looking toward the pen. And that is it for Burlingmeyer. So the 3rd pitcher of the inning for Fargo Moorhead will come in. We'll let you know who it is when we come back. Milwaukee 8, Red Hawks 3 in the 6th inning of the winner-take-all Game 5 of the Miles Wolf Cup Finals. So Chris Coast calls upon Luke Lind to try and stop the bleeding in this 6th inning. 8-3 Milwaukee. 6 runs have come in to score. It got off to such a strange start. Keon Barnum singled, moved up on a wild pitch. Will Kencher hit the ball hard and lined out to the right fielder, Alec Oland. At that point, Chris Coast and Anthony Renz decided that would be enough for Davis Feldman. He went 3 1/3 with, at that point, no runs allowed to his credit. He was excited, nodding his head affirmatively coming off the mound, saying, yeah, I did what I could. And then Jones came on, and Keon Barnum stole third. A sentence that I never thought would exit my mouth. With all due respect to Barnum, he's been dealing with some injuries in his career. He is a power hitter that does not run. But while Jones was looking in to get the sign, Barnum caught him napping, stole third. Jones threw it away. Barnum came in to score. Next thing you know, Hector Sanchez hits a home run. Jones walks the next 2 guys he faces, gets yanked. And now against Berlingmeyer, Torres, Trowbridge, and Gomez with consecutive RBI knocks. Gomez driving in 2 with his single. Just like that, it's 8-3 with Barnum back up again. Swings and misses at the high heat. It's 0-1. Luke Lind earned the save in Game 3 of this series 2 nights ago. Came on with the bases loaded, tying run on deck in a game Fargo won by 5. Gave up 1 run, a home run from this guy, Barnum. Man at the plate. There he is. That was in the 9th inning. Solo shot. But worked out of a jam in the 8th. That was really valuable for the Red Hawks. Extreme shift is on for Barnum here. The 0-2. 1-2. That stolen base for Keon Barnum was his 6th of his career as a pro.
No way.
And his 2nd since 2017. And I bet you...
That is why nobody expected it.
And I bet you a good chunk of those steals are on double steals where he was the trailing runner. He strikes out swinging here to retire the side in inning number 6. The Red Hawks are looking to rally. Luke Lind comes on and ends the marathon inning. Red Hawk fans trying to will their team. We'll see what Fargo has. Big inning coming up in this bottom of the 6th, you would feel. Back in just a moment. It's the Miles Wolf Cup Finals on AABaseball.tv. Eight to 3 Milkmen as we go to the bottom of the 6th to look at what this Milkmen lineup has done. Brian Torres, another 3 for 4 night. Trowbridge and Gomez contributing RBI knocks in the 6th. And Hector Sanchez with that go-ahead home run over the right field porch. Another balanced effort from this Milkmen team at the top of that lineup. Really coming through. That Barnum 2 for 2 single. You got to put that stolen base in there as well. What a moment for him, but what a performance from this Milwaukee lineup tonight.
Yeah, they're really swinging the bats well, and you know they are hitting. They're not. It's not like they're just getting cheap hits around the ball here. They're hitting the ball hard, and even their outs they're hitting the ball hard. So, you know, they're putting together good at bats. They're swinging at strikes. They're doing their jobs. They're getting the timely hits when they need it, and that's honestly the most important part of the game is the timely hits. The 2-out single doesn't really do anything for you, but the 2-out single at second and third, that really sparks the inning going. So
it's a 5-run deficit here in the 6th inning of a decisive game, a deciding Game 5 in the Miles Wolf Cup Finals. Sam Dexter leads things off. More Holmes for Milwaukee. We saw Gray warming, but Holmes comes back out. And Michael Lang, you know what it feels like to be in this spot and come out with the win. You did that come from behind victory with the St. Paul Saints in 2019. And that was in the playoffs.
Honestly, the only way to physically probably describe that is magic. And that's truly what it felt like. It's not like we were trying to get 5 runs down 5. You saw one guy get a hit, the next guy get a hit, the dugout was buzzing, the crowd got into it. It wasn't like we were like, all right, let's hit a 5-run homer here. It's going to happen, guys. It was, a base hit. Silviano had scored to cut the lead down to 1, and then here comes
Dexter to center, playable for Torres.
And Chris Baker hit his first hit of the postseason with a 3-run homer to tie it. It was electric. So you're just never out of it. You never know what could happen.
One other thing, I think our viewers just saw that Superfan has broken out the rally headband early.
I was going to joke. That was going to be my next comment. If you're looking for something, you could get a rally squirrel or pass out some cake. we had the rally cake and the rally squirrel. As soon as they came out, we started scoring.
Rally cake?
They literally would cut pieces of cake and hand it out to the fans in the stands.
Oh, to the fans. I thought y'all were eating cake during the game.
No, they would hand it out to our fans.
I mean, I could go for some cake. Alexander called strike, I think JJ January saying he went around. Oh,
and every time our radio guy, they had a video of him dancing, and they would always play it on the scoreboard.
A video of Sean Aronson?
Yes, as soon as he started dancing on the video board, we scored.
0-2.
Kind of embarrassing video for him, but the fact that we scored, he was all about it.
Legendary broadcaster Sean Aronson with the Saints. A 6-run 6th inning. Evan Alexander turned the momentum in Fargo Moorhead's favor in the second when he had a go-ahead 2-run homer. That made it 2-1. Now it's 2-2 on the Red Hawks center fielder. Just feel like you need something to get the crowd going again if you're the Red Hawks. 2-2. Holmes looking to ride this thing out. For Anthony Barone, now it's about getting the ball in Rodrigo Benoit's hand. You'd think, and we're just taking a guess, that he'd be good for 6 outs tonight. Peyton Gray is still staying loose in the bullpen right now. You could potentially be looking at Holmes, then Gray, then Benoit. Called strike 3, Alexander down looking. 2 gone. Second strikeout for Holmes.
Fielder, number 3 is Halifax.
Whew. Heck of a pitch. Right down the middle at the knees. So it's Novak's turn. Doubled in the second, hit a sac fly in the fourth. That gave the Red Hawks the 3-2 lead that they held until that 6-run 6th inning for Milwaukee. Superfan right behind Novak, literally and figuratively. No tomorrow in this game. The winner is the association champ. Milkmen trying to win their second Miles Wolf Cup in 3 years after they won in 2020. Redhawks trying to pull off a comeback to win their first league title since 2010. Called strike 3. How about that from Holmes? Gets the fly out from Dexter. Back-to-back Ks on pinpoint pitches to Alexander and Novak. And we go to the 7th. That's what they call a shutdown inning, folks. Milkmen lead 8-3 in the Miles Wolf Cup Finals.
Here comes the Bobcat ground crew, keeping their field looking beautiful. What a great job these guys have done all season long for us. You've got some tough projects out that hazard we need to help tackle just about anything. That's the money our guards crew knows and trust. Find all your Bobcat equipment options at your local Bobcat dealer.
Carter Waddiel, Michael Lang with you from Newman Outdoor Field in Fargo, North Dakota. The winner-take-all Game 5 of the Miles Wolf Cup Finals. A 6-run 6th inning. The difference for the Milwaukee Milkmen. Looking for another American Association championship. Will Kencher, Hector Sanchez, and Carl Chester due up against Luke Lind, who struck out Keon Barnum on a high fastball in the 6th to end that inning. That was the only man that he faced. Kencher is 0 for 3. Hit the ball hard his last time up on that line drive to right. That was the last batter that Feldman faced. And he hammers this one to center field to Alexander. Unlucky for Will Kencher. He's hit the ball hard his last 2 times up. But it's interesting thinking about that, Michael. When Feldman left the game, he came on after McGovern went 2+ innings, went 3 1/3, had not given up a run up to that point. He was jacked up. He was excited. He felt really, confident. And how differently did things go? Just it changed so rapidly. When Jones came on, Barnum stole third, and it all started to pour on for the Milkmen.
Anytime you come into a game like this in the third, obviously not expecting to come in that early, and you keep your team right in it, maintain the lead. It was a longer outing for him. He was very jacked up, and I think he was too, because he also has confidence in his guys in the bullpen,
Yeah.
and he was handing over the ball to another great arm, and a couple unfortunate things happened, and here you are sitting with a 5-run deficit now.
Hector Sanchez had that dramatic home run after Barnum stole third and came in on a throwing error from Jones. Sanchez hit the homer to right. That made it 4-3, and already that was a huge development. Then the Milkmen went and added a few more runs, added 4 more runs in that inning to make it a 5-run lead.
And I hate to say it, but it almost seems fitting that he's the guy that put him ahead. How many times have we seen and talked about him hit the ball hard, do the little things behind the plate? I know, I I know Torres statistically is probably, if the Milkman were to win the MVP, but how can you?
Base hit the opposite way from Sanchez. He's aboard once again.
I feel like he's like the backbone.
He's been consistent all series long. Here's Carl Chester. And for Lind, you just have to put all this out of your mind. All he can do is get outs like he did last night. Or 2 nights ago, rather. Pitch. Flips the breaking ball in there for strike 1 to Chester. One and one.
This is the plus side to the crowd that you were talking about the other night. I have been on the receiving of that.
To third, could be 2. Pina to Maris, high throw, comes down with it and gets the out at second, but that is all they will get. That's a heck of a play by Peter Maris to come up with that baseball. That could have been disastrous. Showing off his hops here. Pina trying to turn his second around the horn double play of the game. Great reflexes to come down with it and make sure to get the out at second. Fielder's choice 5-4.
That was a very intelligent baseball play there too, because a lot of guys still try and rush to make that double play, and they end up getting none. So you could see that he wanted to make sure he got one, knowing that there was probably not a good shot at first there.
You have confidence in the guy that you've got on the mound. Aaron Hill's had a good night. Reached on a fielder's choice in the second and drawn a couple of walks. A patient hitter at the plate. Some more speed over at first base now with Chester there instead of Sanchez. Look out down below. Bounces off an empty seat. Oh, it's you. At the moment, nobody is throwing in the Milkman pen. That could just be because Peyton Gray thinks he's ready to go and is getting the ball, or maybe we're going to see more from Holmes. Would be quite the appearance.
It's one of those things where it's hard not to let Holmes keep going.
He's thrown 2 1/3.
It's one of the maybe batter by batter, but he's doing really well right now, and they have the momentum. I might send him back out there.
Aaron Hill base hit center field. His third hit of the finals makes it first and second for Burks. Burks is 0 for 3 tonight. Fly out, strike out, fly out. Chester leads off of second, Hill off of first. Lind pitches. Swing and a miss at that breaking ball. Another first pitch curve.
That's the thing about, the American Association. It's not, guys don't pitch to the lineup necessarily. Like, oh, this guy's batting 9, so, we're just going to throw all fastballs to him. You get the scouting report too. You know the hitters.
0-1. Another breaking ball, another swing and a miss. You throw it again here, Michael?
I do. I'm putting this one as low as I can where he can still catch it. And hoping to get a swing.
Well, Hard to read. I was trying to see if we could read the signs. We got the man on second, so.
I know it's interesting to hear the way they do signs with a guy on second, how many different options they have.
Another breaking ball. Shot to Pena, and he'll get the out himself at third base. Just what you said, Michael. Good pitch from Lind. So he bends but does not break in the 7th inning. A 5 unassisted to end that frame. Onwards of a 7th inning stretch. It is 8-3 Milwaukee in the Miles Wolf Cup Finals. Decisive Game 5.
Of the season. Fleet Farm 7th inning stretch time. Stand up. Let's stretch it out. You warm up there. Let's do it. We'll take you out to the ball game. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Let me hear ya. Hey, let's finish off the season. Hey, great job all year long, fans. And thanks to Michael Fleet Farm. Now, cat food, Carhartt KitchenAid. You won't believe what you'll find. The top brands at great value at Fleet Farm.
One final Sweet Caroline here in Fargo. 9-1-2 due up, and Holmes is back on the bump. Kind of get the feeling that Anthony Barone is riding the hot hand here. Peyton Gray has been warming in the bullpen for the better part of 2 innings now. But Ben Holmes, he's thrown 2 1/3 and given up just 1 base hit, a single to Boscan. And Correa fouls this one back. Last 7th inning stretch of a season here. Last Jack Michaels candy toss of a season. It's a winner-take-all Game 5. Whoever wins this game will be celebrating with the Miles Wolf Cup. We'll have that trophy ceremony for you here on the broadcast. The naming of the finals MVP as well. You were talking about Torres and Sanchez being some potential front runners for Milwaukee. But Christian Correa and the Red Hawks are trying to change all that. This game is not over. Tricky play for Trowbridge. Handles it well, and Kendra applies the tag. That's nicely done. Kendra had a good pick earlier in this game as well. He's played a solid first base tonight. Correa is retired, 1 gone. Watch this one more time.
Second baseman, number 22, Peter.
That one just kind of flew a little bit out of Trowbridge's hand and just got the tag applied on the leg of Correa. Peter Maris's turn. Maris is 0 for 3. Ground out, fly out, pop outs. 8-12-0 for Milwaukee, 3-7-2 for Fargo Moorhead.
I think this is. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Michael.
I think this is why they left him in this game. It was Correa and then lefty.
Yep. There's a strike.
And I could see Peyton Gray ready for Pena.
How many pitches do you think Peyton Gray has thrown in that Milwaukee bullpen at this point?
I think he's thrown just as many. He probably has thrown almost 3 innings over there himself. No, it's one of those instances where he's got to be ready to go depending on how the inning goes. And when the inning doesn't go according to plan, he ends up throwing another inning's worth, and then you sit down, and it is a little chilly out, so you want to stay warm. But the downside to the effective quick innings here is that he ends up throwing more in the bullpen, and honestly, it could be one of those situations where you don't see him at all tonight. Partly because he's thrown a ton already in the bullpen, partly because they might ride him out and
Maris the opposite way for a base hit.
get to Benoit.
Trying to get some energy back into this Fargo Moorhead crowd. Here comes Drew Ward.
If I were a betting man, though, I would say this is his last hitter, no doubt.
With the righty Pina on deck. Ward is 2 for 17 in the Miles Wolf Cup Finals. Drew a walk in the third inning of tonight's game. Can he deliver here? Led the association in OPS in 2020. Was poised to be an all-star starter at midseason this year. Was injured on the eve of the all-star break. Came back about a month later. Looking at a 1-1 count. Holmes digging deep. He's thrown 35 pitches. One and two. Big at bat in the context of this game. If this is the last batter that Holmes faces, try and get 2 on for Pina. Up the middle, base hit. Maris will hit the brakes at second. 2 on for Pina. Anthony Barone is on the top step of the Milkmen dugout. Sanchez with some words for Holmes. And out comes the skipper. Good piece of hitting by Drew Ward. Nothing too fancy, but keeps the line moving, and a big, big spot.
Huge spot there.
For Leo Pina right now.
You can see, unfortunately, and maybe it's a pitch count thing for him, or he's been out there for a little bit, but you could see Sanchez was calling for that pitch quite a bit higher than that, and he left it down the middle, and he smoked it up the middle for a base hit.
Holmes gave everything he had for Milwaukee tonight. He will give way to Gray, and we'll be back. This is a big, big hitter coming up in the winner-take-all Game 5 of the Miles Wolf Cup Finals on AABaseball.tv. Here comes Peyton Gray. So the tones of achy breaky heart here. Trying not to break the Redhawks' hearts in the judgment of the stadium DJ. Gray is ready to go. He has warmed up plenty in that Milkmen bullpen. Comes on in relief of Holmes, who goes 2 2/3 innings. Has yet to allow a run, but is responsible for the runners on first and second. No walks, struck out 3. A 6-run 6th inning has given the Milkmen an 8-3 lead as we go to Leo Pena. He can't tie it, he can't give them the lead, but he sure can inject some momentum into this building. This is perhaps one of the most popular players on this Red Hawks team. Been with the club since 2018. When he showed up, he was shy, he was nervous, according to his manager and his bench coach. They talked to Eric Peterson of Inform.com about that, about how he was, a new guy in the clubhouse back then. And over the years, he's evolved into this player that fans recognize. Now, when a new player comes into the clubhouse, he says he's the one who's trying to be that welcoming face for people that were like him those years ago.
And that's the good of the veteran leaders there and a face of the franchise. That's what you do in a situation like that. But honestly, he's a guy that you want in this situation up at bat right now. No matter what the outcome is, like, this is your guy. He's the leader of the clubhouse. He's the leader of the team. And he obviously rakes every single year, so what better guy to have at the plate with first and second, down 5 right now to spark some energy into this crowd.
Grays 1-1. High fly foul left side. Pena's hit above 300 every full season in a Red Hawks uniform. That's not counting the 2020 shortened campaign.
I would not be shocked to hear that. I feel like I wouldn't be shocked to hear you say him hit under 340 every year, man.
Second in the league in batting average this year. Behind the count, 1-2, Peyton Gray. Former reliever of the year in this league. Ready to go with the 1-2. A one-hopper to Gomez. This could be 2, but Burks bobbles the ball. Ward is safe at second. No, they called him out. They called him out. They say it was on the transfer. And Anthony Renz is furious.
I don't think he ever had that ball.
With the naked eye, I didn't think so either. Let's take a look. No way.
They got to get help on that.
And that's all a coach asks for in this situation. Asks for help. This is an all-star, experienced umpiring crew. Second base ump Clay Park made that call. Mayhew Edwards, Jeff Head, and J.J. January, the rest of the crew. That ball never touched his bare hand. This is an enormous call. As it stands, it's first and third with 2 away, instead of bases loaded with 1 away. Crowd chanting safe, and they overturn the call. He's safe at second, and that's the right call, Michael.
It is the right call, and I'm honestly kind of surprised that Barone's not at least getting an explanation, because unless he 100% agrees with it.
And listen, you've got to give credit to this umpiring crew. Because
that is the right call.
Because they did exactly the right thing in that situation. Nobody's 100%. Nobody's going to get every call right. But you use the resources at your disposal. You talk it over with your crew, and you get the call right on the field. That's great umpiring by this crew.
I love it.
Bases loaded. It scored an E6. Boscan at the dish. Winner take all, Game 5 in the Miles Wolf Cup Finals.
Crowd is on their feet.
Gray delivers. 1-0. Gray needs a little more time.
This is the pitch right here. Gotta come to you.
A season hanging in the balance. A long-awaited championship for Fargo-Moorhead. They need to rally a big spot for Manuel Boscan, the former milkman. In the air to left. Coming in, Aaron Hill. He's under it. He makes the catch. Peter Maris bluffs at third, but stays where he is. 2 gone. Didn't want to test Aaron Hill's arm. Wasn't very deep out to left field. Big out for Milwaukee and Peyton Gray. And it's up to Alec Oland. Oland is 0 for 3 tonight. A player who does not have affiliated time. Has played in the partner league level for his young career. Was released by the Gary South Shore Railcats July 21st of this year. Anthony Renz and Chris Coast saw his name on the waiver wire. They thought this guy can help our ball club. He's up with the bases loaded and 2 out. JJ January says he went around, strike 1. A 1 pitch. Ball on a strike. The setting started with the ground ball from Christian Correa. Out after a slightly wayward throw from Trowbridge. Kendra made a great tag to get the out. Then the walk for the single to Maris, single from Ward, and then Pena hit a potential double play ball that Jeremiah Burks had trouble with, making the turn to shortstop. Lost it and everybody was safe. After the fly ball, bases loaded, 2 out. Nowhere to put Alec Oland. Sam Dexter on deck for the Redhawks. The 5th and final game of the Miles Wolf Cup Finals in the American Association. Milkmen took game 1. Redhawks won games 2 and 3. Milkmen with their back against the wall won last night. 2-1. That will get the crowd back on their feet. One pitch. Checks his swing, bases loaded, walk. 8-4.
I want you to know how hard of a take that is as a hitter. Because the only thing you want to do is be the guy in that situation. You know you got a 3-1 count, bases loaded, 2 outs. He's coming at you. And it's a borderline pitch. The fact that he took that was an outstanding job by him. Outstanding at bat.
It will bring up Sam Dexter as the tying run. Jose Rodriguez having a chat with Peyton Gray. There is action in the Milkmen pen.
Here's the other guy one up the bat. Pena's the first one, he's the second.
Rodrigo Benoit is warming, their closer.
I'm also not surprised by that. Dexter hits the ball hard. He's a great hitter, even better at home.
Another former Milkman.
He wants to stick it to him. Can we see some tie ball game homer magic here?
A champion in 2020 with Milwaukee. Ground ball through the middle. Burks charges to field it. comes up throwing. The throw is wide of the bag. 1 run scores, 2 runs score. Dexter into second. It's a 2-run game. A nightmare ending for Jeremiah Burks. Out comes Anthony Barone. Rodrigo Benoit is coming into this game. Kenjer did all he could. That's it for Gray. They're playing Narcos by Timmy Trumpets. Edwin Diaz's entrance song for the visiting closer. Why not?
I know they're trying to get the super fans going. These
The
guys
second-
rally headband going.
The second E6 of the night in this inning. Ward and Pena score on the play. Olin goes first to third. Sam Dexter, he'll take it, reaches on the E6, and talk about pressure now for Rodrigo Benoit. It'll be second and third. Tying run in scoring position, Evan Alexander, who's had a great night for Fargo-Moorhead. 2-run home run and a delicious bunt single. He is coming up with the hopes of the city on his bat. But this man, Rodrigo Benoit, we talked about it last night. This is a big game pitcher. Loaded with confidence. Finished off the game last night, no problem, in the 3-0 Milkmen win. He is going to be called upon to get a 4-out save for Anthony Barone's team. I don't know if anybody's sitting down at Newman Outdoor Field.
He's called on to get a 7-out save.
Or a 7-out save, that's right, goodness gracious. I'm looking ahead too far here, Michael. The adrenaline is rolling in my system here, but you're right. He's coming in to get the last 7 outs.
7.
Coming in to get, yeah, it feels like we're in the 9th.
It does.
And we're in the 7th. I mean, this has been, it's so funny, Michael, peeling back the curtain a little bit, we have been privileged to do a lot of American Association games on Facebook Live this year. We have not gotten very lucky with how the games have gone. This is the biggest game of the year, the biggest stakes of the year, and it is living up to the hype and then some. This has been an incredible game.
Hands down the best one. As it should be.
You know, and that's what we were hoping for. That's what we on the media side were hoping for.
Yes.
We wanted a good game. We wanted a close game. That's what we're getting tonight under the night sky at Newman Outdoor Field. Somebody is going to be raising the Miles Wolf Cup on this field in like an hour. Who is it going to be?
Who knows? It could be 4 hours from now.
You know, I asked
the way
Rodrigo.
these two go, I don't think anybody's going to want to get off this field tonight.
I asked Rodrigo Benoit yesterday, what is your mentality when you go into a big game like this? And he kind of smiled and just said, I just trust my stuff. He really feels like this is where he's meant to be. This is a guy who lost his opportunity to play during the pandemic, didn't play in the States for 2 years. He has family in Green Bay, Wisconsin. He sent the Milkmen a message on Instagram saying, I want to come play for you. They didn't see it. He then got in touch with them another way. He said, this is where I wanted to play, not just in the association, but with the Milkmen. And now Evan Alexander is the man he faces with a tying run in scoring position. 1-0. Two errors by Jeremiah Burks in this inning. Bases loaded walk from Olin scored the first run of the frame. The latter error allowed 2 more to score on the throwing error. 1-0 pitch. Ball on a strike. What must be going through Evan Alexander's mind? The man whose first love was football told the Staten Island Advance that he played football against Kyler Murray in high school, among other people.
Not a bad name there.
But fell in love with baseball, looked up to Curtis Granderson growing up. 1-1. And like you were talking about when Olin drew that bases loaded walk, being able to just stay composed and not try to hit a 3-run homer here is big right now.
And you can see right there, that's like the biggest thing that people tell you before you get in the box is just take a nice deep breath. It calms everything down. Yeah, you could try it too.
2-1 pitch. Through the middle. Gomez hustling to his right. Scoops it, throws. He is. The ball gets away. Safe at first. 2-run scored. This game is tied. Evan Alexander slides into second. Pandemonium in Fargo.
This is insane. I'm pretty sure they have all 5 runs. The ball has left the infield.
How can you not be
This is
romantic
nuts.
about baseball? We got a whole new ball game in this 7th.
Wow.
A 5-run inning.
Did we not talk about 2019 right before this? That's how you do it.
We're waiting on the scoring, but Alexander is aboard.
I think that's a no doubt base hit. He beat that out.
I would think so too. And there it comes. It is a single.
Hit and an error.
Yeah, base hit. I believe they're going to apply an error there anyway. The scorebook doesn't mean a whole lot right
It's so funny to see because I know the feeling too. You see the dugout was running up to the field to high-five him as he's scoring. That's literally what we did on every time we scored in St. Paul in 2019 because it means that much to everybody.
now. And where else do you see something like that? It's just, this is really special.
Yeah, you don't do that in game 40 of the season. You do it in game, what are we at?
And I'm sorry, you don't see
110?
that much stuff like that in affiliated ball. You just don't.
No.
Great pitch, gutsy. Nick Novak behind the count 0-2.
Wow, what an inning. Well, the last 2 innings. This is nuts.
Benoit's 0-2. A couple of singles, a fielding error on a potential double play turn by Burks. Boscan flied out with the bases loaded. It was too shallow to score the run. Olin drew a bases loaded walk. Sam Dexter hit a ground ball that Burks threw away, brought in 2 runs, and another grounder, a single and an error, brought in 2 more to tie the score. 1-2 pitch. Got him swinging. And we are all tied up going to the 8th. Are you not entertained? It's the Miles Wolf Cup Finals on AABaseball.tv. To the tones of Bon Jovi, which these two Jersey boys in the booth appreciate, Alex Dubord is on for Fargo-Moorhead. This is everything a winner-take-all game in a final series ought to be. Now the teams have played their cards with regard to their pitching. Rodrigo Benoit is trying to get the last 7 outs for the Milkmen, and Alex Dubord is trying to get the last 6 outs for Fargo-Moorhead. Potentially 2 of the best closers in the American Association. Definitely 2 of the best, maybe the 2 best closers in the league. Alex Dubord named the best relief pitcher of the league when we all voted on those awards. Voted by the media, the field managers, the executives. And he is on for the biggest appearance of his career.
There's no better moment for him.
And oh yeah, he's got to face the top of the lineup. Here's Brian Torres.
This is the right time to do it, honestly, especially with the top of the lineup. Yes, it's a 2-out, or I guess 2-inning potential. Not even save anymore. He could get the win, but he could end up going more than 2 innings. But he needs to be the guy in this situation, and you ride him out as long as possible. Yes. If this game's tied in the 15th, then you could take him out.
And worth repeating, he is fresh. He hasn't pitched since Sunday. The 1-0. 2 balls, no strikes on Brian Torres.
And again, it's just one of those things where you just are on a huge high. You scored 5 runs. We need to just take a deep breath, calm down, play within yourself, throw your game.
Dubord's 2-0. Alex Dubord is a hometown kid from Fargo, North Dakota.
I had the pleasure of spending almost every day with him this offseason.
Did you really? What's he like in the offseason?
Well, we were at work together. Yeah. But he's honestly, he looks just as calm on the mound as he is in real life. We good with the kids, and we had a lot of fun at the baseball facility.
Brian Torres works a leadoff walk. And there's that trademark clap from El Tiburon, the shark. And immediately they go out to have a word with Dubord just to get him set with Logan Trowbridge coming up. This tells you how important every pitch is in a game like this. The Milkmen scored 6 runs in the 6th inning. Both of the rallies that we've seen have been really weird, to use kind of a technical term. Keon Barnum stole third, the guy who, the last person probably in the entire American Association, but you would think would steal a base. Caught them napping, stole third, they throw it away, he scores. It sparks a 6-run rally that included a 2-run homer solo home run from Sanchez and a 2-run single from Gomez. And then in the 5th, Fargo-Moorhead scores 5 runs, and the ball only left the infield once on a flyout. There were 2 errors by Jeremiah Burks, the shortstop, a bases-loaded walk, and a base hit infield single by Evan Alexander that led to a tie game.
That sums up baseball for you right there.
These 2 teams are just grinding. The winner of this game gets the Miles Wolff Cup. You wonder if maybe one of the conversation points was about a potential bunt here by Logan Trowbridge. They're guarding it. He lays it down. Dubord fields it, and they'll get the out at first. And maybe the conversation there with Anthony Renz is let's not try to do anything crazy on this bunt attempt. We've seen Logan Trowbridge lay down the sacrifice plenty of times.
Yeah,
he did it twice last night. So that was not a surprise, but it works well, and it moves Torres into scoring position.
I know we talked about a lot of small ball that they did yesterday, but I think in any baseball situation, that is the right decision. And you get your leadoff guy on. The 2-hole is there for that reason. He's there to move guys over. He's there to do the small things, and he's typically the most unselfish hitter in the lineup.
So here is Gomez, 2-run single his last time up. That gave the Milkmen an 8-3 lead. So many twists and turns tonight. Milkmen scored the first run, then Alexander hits the homer to give him a 2-run lead for Fargo-Moorhead. A couple of sacked flies, it's 3-2 Fargo. A 6-run 6th for the Milkmen, a 5-run 7th for the Redhawks. It all shakes out to an 8-8 tie and a series best of 5 tied at 2. 1-0.
Let's go, DuBois. Let's go, baby.
Crowd trying to pick up Alex Dubord. He's thrown 6 pitches, only one of them a strike. Right-hander fires. Dexter heading out, Alexander in, but Novak will call both those guys off and make the catch in shallow left. 2 away. Who else would it come down to in this inning? Keon Barnum. Barnum is 2 for 4. He had an RBI single against the shift in the first inning. They've got the extreme shift back on against him here. It's a little tricky because Dexter has to keep an eye on Torres at second base. And Pena, too, over at third is looking at him. Then he stole third and scored. And that 6-run 6th.
They're putting him on.
Yes, they're going to intentionally walk Barnum here.
I don't think this is a terrible decision.
It's going to fire up Will Kendra, though. Kendra's 0 for 4 tonight, but he's hit the ball hard his last 2 times up. Makes some sense, though. You've got a guy who's already got 3 long balls in the playoffs.
That and his history comes into play here. He has a history of doing damage to a lot of teams in this league, so it's not just based off of this series or just tonight.
He's mentally tough, Keon Barnum.
He has proven himself.
Okay, so the intentional walk, no pitches needed. First and second, 2 away. There's strike 1 to Kendra. Big strike 1 from Dubord.
Again, we talk about how into it the crowd is. They are louder than they've ever been on a strike call. They know what's going on.
Because they knew how important that first pitch strike was for Alex. They are so clued into this game. Righty's 0-1 pitch. A little high. One. Dubord a strike away from finishing off the 8th.
Dubord is locked in right now.
He says he considers himself a big game pitcher. He says he loves throwing in the American Association because you have to get outs for your team. You have to deliver in big spots. Spots just like this. 1 ball, 2 strikes. What a play to keep that in front of Correa there. Hopped out of his crouch. 2-2. Watch this again. Everybody standing, including in just a moment, Correa.
I think it helped that he was already like getting set up for the high
That's
heat
true.
there, but
That did help.
It was a little higher than he wanted.
Just a bit. Dubord's 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him on the high heat that time. Dubord is pumped up. And we're still tied as we go to the bottom of the 8th. That line score really says it all, folks. 6 in the 6th for the Milkmen, 5 in the 7th for the Redhawks. This is a winner-take-all Game 5 of a best-of-5 series for the American Association Championship and the Miles Wolff Cup. These two teams all season have been built toward winning. Again, this is not affiliated baseball. These guys aren't worried about what the big club hundreds of miles away wants to say about what they can do to their players. They're there to win games for their team. They want guys who are gamers, who are good teammates, who are willing to lay down the sacrifice, do the little things. And they play for fans that stand through the entire inning break, like the ones here in Fargo. They sent
what you just described right there is why a lot of guys, including myself, play as long as they did in this league.
Absolutely.
And it is just a joy to be around, and you literally do it because you love being around all of that.
Christian Correa swings and misses. He led off that 7th inning. Grounded out to third. Will Kenger made a nice play at first base to apply the tag. This would be big if Correa, 0 for 3 tonight, could get the ball rolling here in the 8th. Rodrigo Benoit. Anthony Barone going to his closer to try and get the last 7 outs of this game. Swing and a miss at the high heat, 92 on the stadium gun. This crowd hanging on every pitch. Trying to win their first league title since 2010 and the first title in this league ever. Milkmen looking to win their second championship in 3 years, having only existed since 2019. Two teams with different stories, different upbringings, different colors, but they have one thing in common. They have a passionate fan base, both of these teams. Pop fly from Correa. Miguel Gomez. Out number 1. So it's back to the top of Chris Coast's lineup and Peter Maris, who singled in that 7th inning and was an important base hit. That started the rally, was the first base knock. Then Drew Ward singled to make it 2-1. Leo Pena reached on an error on a potential double play ball. Everybody was safe after Jeremiah Burks saw the ball go off his glove after the flip from Gomez. Maris looks at ball 1. That loaded the bases with 1 out. Boscan flied out to shallow left field. Then Olin drew a bases loaded walk. Another Burks error, this time a throwing error on the grounder from Dexter, scored 2. And an infield hit from Alexander brought in the next 2 runs to tie things up. Benoit pitching 2-0 here. It's high. I think Superfan's going to wear that rally headband for the rest of the night. He put it on before that 7th inning and he scored 5 runs. So he's not going to change a thing.
It's a different color tonight, too. He must have had
yeah, it is
a special one for that inning.
3-0 from Benoit. There's a strike. Chris 1 for 4 tonight. (3-1). Well, bit of a jam shot
Just
to
got
right
in on
field.
him.
Right in on the thin part of the stick. Chester makes the catch for the second out. On a cold night like this, that stings.
Especially for a guy like myself who never wore batting gloves. So
Oh, really?
that was it. Those ones hurt.
So here comes Drew Ward. He had a big single in that 7th inning, too.
Yeah.
We were talking about how he was looking to get going in the finals, did not try to clobber the ball, just put the bat on the ball for a base hit up the middle. And the rest fell into place from there.
It's funny you say that because I was about to say wouldn't be a bad time to hit a homer here for him.
A man from
I've seen him hit a few.
a man from a small town in Oklahoma. When he graduated high school, there were about 400 people in that town. They had 1 police officer. Now trying to deliver for the Red Hawks in a must-win, winner-take-all, Game 5. 0-1. Ball and a strike. We're just judging from all the way up here, but Benoit looking very composed on the mound right now with his body language. Did he go? No, he didn't, says Jeff Head over at third base.
The downside for the Red Hawks, right, is well, I guess the Milkmen too, is the depth on the bench. So
yeah,
you really aren't looking at a pinch runner too much here, and if you are, I wonder if they go to somebody that's a pitcher.
Ben Lavorsi, the rookie catcher, is their only available player off the bench. John Silviano is technically active, but he got injured in Game 2 of the series and is in a walking boot. The Milkmen are shorthanded as well. Mason Davis and Correll Prime are both active, but they're unlikely to come into this game. Chris Conley is their backup catcher. He's the only guy that they have who's likely to be available to come in. So that part of the managerial stuff we're unlikely to see, but we'll see. 2-2 pitch. Heck of a plate appearance from Drew Ward here. Leo Pino waits on deck. Payoff pitch.
Went with the off speed. I was wondering what he would go there.
Another interesting chirp from the stands, reminding Benoit that it's cold. Someone just said that. Said, hey, it's cold.
They could tell he's blowing in his hand after every single pitch.
53 degrees right now in Fargo. Pitch. Hit hard, base hit, right center field. Chester hustling to cut it off. He gets there. Ward takes a wide turn, but he has to hit the brakes. Back-to-back base hits for Drew Ward tonight.
Same exact spot, too, as the last one.
Very similar. That one a little bit harder hit. Here comes Leo Pina. And this is, to your point, Michael, this is the kind of situation where you might think about a potential pinch runner here. Now, you want to keep Drew Ward's back in the lineup in case the card turns over again, but it enters your mind.
You know what? Watching him get out of the box there, he actually moved pretty well. So I'd be confident on him potentially scoring on a ball down line or in the gap, and regardless, you're sending him.
Pitch. It's a called strike. Very similar pitch and a good take from Pena there. Wearing that, has that bright yellow bat that he's used all year.
Those are the types of things, and he's too good of a hitter. If he keeps throwing that to the outside, he'll go with that pitch to right and hit it down the right field line. Could see some action on the bases.
Two and one. Pena's been with this team since 2018. One of those guys where it would just be weird to see him in the jersey of any other club. The fan favorite. 2-1. And a 340 hitter in the regular season, it must be said. Not just a guy who's a good clubhouse guy. He can deliver. Five-tool player. Yeah. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Benoit's pitch count. This is going to be his 30th pitch here in the 8th. Came on with 1 out to go in that 5-run 7th inning for the Redhawks. Got the ground ball off the bat of Alexander, where he would reach on the infield hit, beating it out, but the throw got away, allowing the second and tying run to score.
Umpire said I guess he licked his fingers and couldn't wipe.
Remove
so
the
he told him to
baseball.
get a new baseball.
JJ January's on top of it, behind home plate. 2-2 pitch. Good effort to frame that by Sanchez. Benoit wanted strike 3. From all the way up here, it looks like that was the right call.
Now we're moving. We got the runner moving.
Orb will be taken off.
I got him throwing it potentially off speed. Little slider away.
Let's see if we can see where this wound up. Ooh, really close. That's closer than it looked from up here. Still did look like ball 3, though. They're not going to hold Ward on, at least not as directly. Kendrew's standing behind him at first base. There he goes. Here's the payoff. Swing and a miss, got him. A big strikeout for Rodrigo Benoit. We remain tied. The first 4 games didn't get us any closer to determining a Miles Wolf Cup champion. The first 8 innings of Game 5 didn't either. It's going to come down to the 9th and potentially more when we come back on AABaseball.tv.
Tragedy. Let's get everyone home safe. 0 fatalities, 0 excuses. Easy up.
Tied up at 8 as we go to the 9th. Alex Dubois back out for his 2nd inning of work in Fargo. This game has had absolutely everything you could ask for in a winner-take-all Game 5. The 6 runs from Milwaukee made it seem like the Milkmen had the edge. It looked like for a minute they could see this thing through, but a strange rally allowed the Redhawks to get back in it, but here is Hector Sanchez. He's already got a home run tonight. He's got a World Series ring to his credit. He's been blocking everything behind the plate. Can he come up with another big hit? Dubord about to throw his 17th pitch. Struggled a bit with his control in his first inning. Walked the first batter he faced, Brian Torres. Trowbridge laid down a bunt. Gomez flied out to shallow left. They put Keon Barnum on intentionally. And he dug deep and struck out Will Kencher to strand 2. 1-1. Sanchez ahead in the count.
I feel like we almost saw this coming with how many times we made the comment, bring the closers in early and let them have at it. And here we are in the 9th with them. Dubord on his 2nd inning, working Benoit about to be on his 3rd.
It's playoff baseball, baby. Bullpen for Milwaukee is silent. Benoit's going to come back out for the 9th. 2-1. I don't know if I've ever heard that many people at a baseball game be that quiet before a pitch. Seriously. You could hear a pin drop when Dubord was ready to go. This is as engaged a crowd as I've ever seen at a game. And why wouldn't they be? We're tied up in the 9th inning of a winner-take-all Game 5. Sanchez asking for some time.
That's a big league move right there.
Yes, it is.
He knows the deal.
Game within a game.
I don't think Dubord even stepped off. He's ready to go.
He's staying locked in. He's a Bulldog. The 2-2 pitch. Gotta say, Hector Sanchez, very emphatic when he takes a pitch like that. You know, reminds me a little bit of Juan Soto when he has that flair when he draws walks.
I was going to bring his name up, so there you go.
We're always on the same page here, Michael.
We are on the same page.
Huge pitch coming for Dubord here. Sanchez works a walk. How about Sanchez? The home run, the single, and the walk his last 3 times up. What a series he's had. We've passed hour number 4 of this game almost. Coming up on it in about 10 minutes or so. We're heading into
the right move
4-hour
here
mark.
Would probably be to bunt, but I don't see it happening.
Yeah, we'll see. They're guarding for it. Corners are in. They're putting the wheel play on. And he doesn't show it. Boscom was halfway down the first base line, ready for that.
He didn't even duck.
Yeah, that. He's experienced.
Most of the times when guys do that and see that they're not bunting, they kind of bail out the way. He was ready to go.
It's Game 5.
Do we draft the Happy Gilmore? You gotta toughen up.
1-0. There's 2-0 now.
I don't know if you can see, he's not really putting signs on at third, so he's obviously, it's either up to him or he's swinging.
Chester has 2 walks tonight in 4 plate appearances. Grooved that one in there. "24 pitches for Dubord. 2 out of 3 of the pitches he's thrown have been balls. 16 balls, 8 strikes. But it doesn't feel that way, does it? He's made the big pitches so far. Looking to come up with another one here. Full count. Crowd wanted a strike 3 call. That was not happening there, but it tells you how engaged and how excited they are. They just wanted that to be a strike. It was not, but they wanted it.
Be interesting to see if they send him here.
Yeah, 3-2, nobody out. Catcher Sanchez on first base. Stays put. And we'll do it again. Milkmen scored 6 in the 6th to take an 8-3 lead. Redhawks scored 5 in the 7th to tie it. Evan Alexander for Fargo-Moorhead has a go-ahead 2-run home run and an infield hit and an error that allowed a run to come in to score to tie the game in the 7th. Swing and a miss, got him. Another big-time strikeout for Alex Dubourg. It seems like maybe he doesn't have his best stuff, but he's digging deep tonight.
He is making pitches when he needs to. And
yep.
It doesn't matter how you get there. As long as you can make that out pitch, that's what you're there to do.
So now it's Aaron Hill's turn. He's had a good night. Reached base 3 times in 4 plate appearances. He's been on base actually all 4 times, just once by the fielder's choice. He would be a tough man to double off.
And based on the night he's had, that's why, obviously it's easier said now because he ended up striking out, but that's why I probably would have put the bunt on. To get the go-ahead run in scoring position with 1 out in the 9th and a tie game, I don't know.
I also think maybe Anthony Barone was thinking about Dubourg's control and what he's seen from him so far. I think that may have played a role. Last inning, that bunt hit in the air to center field. This is playable for Alexander. Ball's not carrying tonight. 2 away. You know, in that 8th inning, you know, he threw balls, and I think it was 6 of his first 7 pitches, and the one exception was the bunt. That's the other side of the coin.
There are a lot of times where pitchers don't actually throw well to guys that square around the bunt, so it's almost like you take your chance.
Good point.
Even if he was taken there, just square it and show it and see what happens.
Well, there's 2 out, man on first. Here's Jeremiah Burks. Somebody in this game tonight is going to be a hero in their city. We don't know who it is yet. Redhawks in the bottom of the 9th will have 4, 5, and 6 due up. Boscan, Olin, Dexter. Boards 2-1. Hammered to Alexander, ranging back, and he makes the catch. We are going to the bottom of the 9th. Alex Dubourg with 2 scoreless innings on the mound for Fargo so far. But the Red Hawks are going to try and end it against Rodrigo Benoit in the bottom of the 9th inning. The winner-take-all Game 5 of the Miles Wolf Cup Finals is on AABaseball.tv. Back in a moment. The Fargo-Moorhead Redhawks lineup putting in work tonight. What a night for Alexander. 2-run home run and put the ball in play that led to the tying run in that 7th inning. Dexter, it says RBI single. They changed the scoring on that? They did. They said it was a single and an error, so we got a run batted in. All righty.
Based on tonight, you know, if you're looking at that box score right there, this is where you want to be in the order.
Yep, Boscan, Oland, and Dexter are due up, and if anybody gets on, Evan Alexander is going to have another crack at it for Fargo-Moorhead. Benoit still getting loose. This man is digging deep. Mentioned last night about him leading underdog Colombia to a Caribbean Series win against the champions of the league from his home country of the Dominican Republic. And how much that fired him up to get a W against a league that didn't have a spot for him. He's going to winter ball in the Dominican this coming winter. But he's got unfinished business tonight. Manuel Boscan leads things off for Fargo-Moorhead, the former Milwaukee Milkmen. After that, Oland and Dexter. Who will be the hero in Fargo tonight? First pitch. 1-0. This crowd has been hanging on every pitch all night, and they've been through a lot. Their legendary starter, Kevin McGovern, went 2+ innings, left the game, saluted the crowd on his way out. Then the Milkmen poured on 6 runs in the 6th inning. It was sparked by Keon Barnum stealing 3rd. While the pitcher was in the stretch, Jones, and coming in to score on an errant throw. Then Sanchez did a go-ahead homer. Before you knew it, it was 8-3 Milkmen. And then a strange rally in the 7th where the ball didn't get out of the infield save for a fly out. Tied things up. The 2-0 pitch. 3 balls, no strikes.
I'd be tempted to take until I had 3-2 here. Leadoff guy. After 3 balls.
Pitch. Benoit does continue to warm up his pitching hand. Pretty much every pitch here. Leadoff walk.
Dexter and Alexander, the nights they're having, you have to bunt him here. You have to.
Yep. I'm not the biggest fan of a sacrifice bunt, generally speaking. But with all due respect to Olin, giving how Dexter and Alexander are having.
Nothing to do with him as a hitter. This is what this situation calls for
and
here.
Jose Rodriguez is coming out. Olin was playing some air guitar on his bat while he was standing there. So he's feeling okay. He's relaxed.
You have to be.
And now Anthony Renz is talking to Olin and Dexter. We got conference on the mound, conference in front of the Red Hawks dugout. It would make all the sense in the world, in my view, to lay one down. But we will see. Well, and what I can tell you is, looking down at the dugout, Anthony Renz just gave Sam Dexter a pat on the behind.
The only downside to it is Dexter is swinging a hot bat. Obviously,
Maybe
so
you
is
could put
Alexander.
him on, is what
Do
you're
they
saying?
put him on because his run means nothing. So
Yep.
do they try and get
Good
double
points.
play? But then you have a speedy Alexander who's left-handed, so this is where the managerial job comes into play.
This reminds me of when you have extra innings with the man on second, which, by the way, we will not have in this game. In the regular season, there's the man on second and extras. In the postseason, the American Association, it's traditional. There's no added runner. But it feels like that. It's a similar calculus. So we'll see what they decide. Trowbridge is in at third. Kenjer holding on the runner Boscan at first. Alec Oland squares. And like you said earlier, Michael, Benoit's got to throw strikes here too.
You do. I've talked to pitchers where sometimes it almost like messes with them a little bit, where it's harder to throw strikes right down the middle when you know he's bunting and he squares early.
Takes a strike. Tons of tension in the stands here in Fargo. No doubt plenty of tension at the Umbrella Bar where the Milkmen watch party is happening right now. A catcher is jogging out. I think that's Conley. They're sending a signal to the bullpen for the Milkmen. Nobody's warming right now. 1-1 pitch. In the air, Benoit catches it. And Olin unable to get the sacrifice down. Now number one.
I know it's not the right situation to think about this, but he was still at home plate when he caught that ball. He could have let that ball drop and turn two.
Ooh. That would have been an all-time.
Would have been a ballsy move.
What do you know
but,
play? Yeah. This next pitch is going to be the 40th for Benoit tonight. Came on to get the last out of the 7th. 20 strikes, 19 balls. Sam Dexter. Pitch. Dexter's had a great night at the plate. After the scoring adjustment, he is a homer shy of the cycle. Triple in the second, scored. Double in the fourth, scored. Single in the 7th. That allowed 2 runs to come in.
Hate to state the obvious, but that would be a heck of a way to get the cycle done.
Probably would be the best way in the history of baseball. 1-1 pitch. Swings through a heater. Benoit reaching back to get his best fastball. There is action in the bullpen for Milwaukee now. They've got Frankie Barcho, who threw 3 innings last night, going in the pen. Both sides digging deep. Mentioned that Tyler Grauer is available out of the bullpen for Fargo Moorhead tonight. We'll see. Red Hawks want to end this game right here. 1-2. Dexter waves at strike 3 there. So the failed sacrifice and Benoit's third strikeout of the first 2 outs of the inning.
Here it comes.
Play the 90s Jordan music.
The Vols theme song.
Here comes Evan Alexander. 2-run home run in the second. Bunt single in the 4th. Game-tying single in the 7th. What does he have in store in the 9th? Boscan, conservative lead off of first. 1-0. A walk to Boscan. As the breeze is blowing a bit right to left now. We had hardly any wind for most of this game. 1-0 pitch. Alexander takes on. Nick Novak waiting on deck. Christian Correa is after him, but Ben Lavorsi is next to him. That's a little bit farther down the line, though. Benoit is 2-0. This is a guy who's been asked to dig really, really deep tonight. Got the last out of the 7th on the strikeout from Novak. He was the one on the mound when Alexander hit that single, and the ball got thrown away, and they came in to score the tying run. Has only given up 2 hits, both singles, but trying to avoid his second walk of this 9th inning. 3-0. Ball 4.
It's just hard because they've asked a lot of him, and he is delivering everything he's got after throwing last night and then coming out here, coming out for his 3rd inning of work. What more can you expect from him? He's doing an outstanding job. He really is, like he said, he's digging deep.
They're signaling something from the dugout, the Milkmen are.
So what they're telling the outfield right now is that you have to be able to throw him out at the plate.
Yep.
This is where it's like such a gray area for the outfield, because you don't want to get beat over your head with a ball that you potentially could have caught if you were playing in your normal position, but you also cannot let him score on a base hit. You have to come up throwing. So it's such a hard, and that's why you get that decision from the coaching staff.
Manuel Boscan, the former Milkman, is the championship winning run at second base in this winner take all Game 5. Pitch. And it's 0-1 on Nick Novak. Novak has double in his sac fly tonight. Talked to him before yesterday's game. He's the guy in for John Silviano in this lineup. Went down with a leg injury in the second game. And I asked Nick yesterday, you know, this league gives opportunities to players like you. He said, it's the truth. I feel like I'm right where I need to be. I feel like I'm blessed to be here. The kind of guy that maybe wouldn't get an opportunity in affiliated ball if it weren't for a chance here, and now he has a chance to potentially do something really special here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Benoit's 0-1 pitch. Novak fouls it back.
Man, he's swinging. He's right on both of them.
He was. Christian Correa waiting on deck in a similar situation in game number 4 last night. They pinch hit. They called him back at the last moment and pinch hit Lavorsi, and then they lost the DH as a result of a future move. 0-2 the count on Nick Novak. Boscan on second. Alexander's on first, but his run doesn't mean squat. The 0-2 from Benoit. Got a piece of the bat and his foot. Frankie Bartow appears to be ready for the Milkmen. He's running on adrenaline if he potentially gets into this game, but at the same time, well, it's going to come down to this, what we see here. Still so many different ways this could go in the ninth. Redhawks trying to win their first league title in 12 years and their first American Association title ever. 0-2 pitch. Novak swings and misses on the high heat, and you've got to tip your cap to Rodrigo Benoit. What an unbelievable performance from the closer. He comes on and gets 7 outs. And we are going to extra innings, free baseball in the Miles Wolf Cup Finals. No runner on second, just a chance to potentially win a championship. Winner takes all tonight. Back in a jiffy on AABaseball.tv. "34 pitches and 2 innings into his night, Alex Dubord emerges from the Redhawks dugout. This is the stuff that legends are made of in the American Association's Miles Wolf Cup Finals. This is turning into the game of the decade tonight. The first winner-take-all Game 5 that we have seen since 2017, and the first game that was close, really, since 2011. And it is knotted up at 8 as we go to the 10th. Everybody is digging deep. Everybody is doing all they can. And again, I've said this a million times, but you don't see this in affiliated baseball. I'm sorry. You're not throwing your closer out for another inning of work and something like this. But in the American Association, where we play to win, the championship is all that matters to this team and these players. And Alex Dubord is on. Just as in the 8th inning, he will face the top of the Milkmen lineup: Torres, Trowbridge, and Gomez. Torres has been superb. He is 3 for 4 with a walk. Scored 2 runs, has an RBI single. He would trade it all for a W for the Milkmen tonight. El Tiburon, the Shark. Dubord's first pitch, bit outside. Carter Woodeel and Michael Lang here with you. Michael, you've been part of some truly special American Association playoff games. This is as good as it gets tonight.
Yeah, this is one of the better ones you're going to see, and especially for Game 5 to go extras. After the game we've had, literally the numbers 8-12-3, 8-12-2, they're almost identical. I mean, what more can you ask for? I feel like it's not going to end a conventional way. We're going to see something wild.
We've seen a lot of wild stuff already tonight. Two-0 from Dubord. Grooved that one in there for strike number 1. Again, Dubord's control has sort of waxed and waned tonight, but he's come up with big pitches when he's needed them. Struck out Will Kendra to end the 8th, struck out Carl Chester in the 9th. That inning ended when Jeremiah Burks hit a ball pretty darn hard, but to Alexander in center. Pitch. In the air to left. Nick Novak. That's out number 1.
That is, to somebody from the outside, doesn't understand how big that out is, because literally he's been just a pest on the bases.
Such a
Every
menace.
time he gets on, something happens. So to get him out there is absolutely huge for the Red Hawks here.
Again, no zombie runners, no Manfred men, no ghost runners, no ITB runners. Whatever name you have. Traditional format in the playoffs. Logan Trowbridge looks at a ball in the dirt. Breeze is picking up. You can hear it in the crowd mic downstairs. It's blowing right to left, the opposite of what we saw for most of games 3 and 4. This ballpark is deep to left, so that's kind of an equalizer. But it's been very hard to hit one out. Alexander and Sanchez both hit their homers to right, and they really had to earn every foot of that home run. The 2-0. Hit on the ground to Maris. 2 up, 2 down to start the 10th for Alex Dubourg. That wasn't the easiest hop to navigate.
I feel like we say that every. There's so many ground balls to second base this series that
Yeah,
have
Maris
taken
has been
odd
busy.
hops.
So here comes Miguel Gomez. He's got 3 RBIs tonight. He had a sacrifice fly in the 3rd and a 2-run single in the 6th. Shallow left center. Alexander and Novak charging in, and Novak puts it away. How about that, Alex Dubourg? A 1-2-3 top of the 10th. And once again, the Red Hawks looking to walk it off and win a title tonight as we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Tied at 8 in a winner-take-all Miles Wolf Cup Finals Game 5 on AABaseball.tv. Well, Rodrigo Benoit gave it absolutely everything he had, and he has exited this game as we go to the bottom of the 10th. Again, no man on second for this game, and Frankie Bartow is going to be asked to dig deep here. He threw 3 scoreless innings in last night's Game 4 victory. Gave up 3 hits. They were all singles, struck out 1. Now he's being called upon in the 10th inning, just trying to get us to an 11th And we appreciate everybody tuning into this game right now. And Michael, we got a lot of people all around the American Association that are watching this feed because your phone is blowing up.
I know. It's crazy. And within the last 10 minutes, I've had a bunch of people from the league. And that's what's awesome about everybody's keeping tags on this league. We got Dylan Kelly tuning in, Mitch Gelfie, Jabari Henry. We got Mongo and Bobby out in Sioux City and Passarelli and Connor. Everybody, it's crazy. Everybody's keeping tabs. And I know most people do tune in, and a lot of guys have buddies on both teams that you've played against or played with, and you're rooting for kind of almost everybody or nobody. I don't know who you're rooting for, but this is going to be a tough one to lose either side.
A 2-run homer from Alexander gave the Redhawks the lead. A couple of sac flies made it 3-2. 6 for the Milkmen, including a homer from Sanchez. 5 in the 7th for the Redhawks, including Evan Alexander's game-tying hit. And that tells you there's a lot of camaraderie in this league between the veteran players, the people who have been here a while, like you were, like those guys you mentioned. Even if you're on rival teams, there's a lot of camaraderie here. You're rivals during the game, and you're friends when it's over.
The one name I mentioned, you got Dylan Kelly, who literally played for both teams.
Yes, Dylan Kelly has played for both of these teams this year. Yeah.
Does he get a ring if they win?
I don't know. Correa's leading off again. This is the 3rd time in 4 innings that Christian Correa has led things off. Led things off in the 7th, grounded out, then they scored 5 runs. Popped out in the 8th. This is a winner-take-all Game 5 for the Miles Wolf Cup in the American Association of Pro Baseball. The winner walks away with the title. Ball and a strike on Correa. 0 for 4 tonight. Would love to break that skid and get the leadoff man on in the 10th. Didn't like the call from J.J. January. It's a ball and 2 strikes. One-two pitch.
So the downside to him pitching right now is that he threw quite a bit last night. The plus side, he shoved. So
2-2 delivery. Nope.
Oh, wow.
Hector Sanchez having a word with J.J. January here behind home plate. Maybe talking about the zone. You don't often see something like that. Now they're... I don't know if they're talking to a fan or... Oh, it's Mason Davis. Is that... Huh?
He's been thrown out.
Mason Davis has been excused. He's going to get his... He's trying to get his 3rd championship ring tonight. And Mason Davis from the dugout is ejected. Now, he's injured. He was unlikely to play.
He had a helmet on and a bat like he was getting ready to hit him.
He did, didn't he? Wow, that was really strange. So we talked about potentially maybe bringing him in. I mean, Anthony Barone said before the series it's unlikely that he comes into play. That's ball 4. That's a huge leadoff walk. Well done from Christian Correa. Reaches base for the first time tonight.
This is the time where you need more depth on your bench for the pinch run. Earlier was a little bit, well, yeah, 2 outs. I probably wouldn't have done it, but
yep,
this is the time to do it. But the downside is he's catching for you back there. He's grinding with. He's doing really well with Dubourg. So if it happens to go to another inning, that's the guy you want back there with Dubourg.
So it's the top of the Red Hawks lineup now. Peter Maris. Red Hawks have not had a hit since the 8th. They've had 3 walks. Maris to right center field. That gets down for a base hit. Correa into second. He'll stop there. And once again, the championship winning run is in scoring position for Fargo-Moorhead. Ben Lavorsi is the only position player that Chris Coast has on his bench that's available. Thinking about a potential pinch run now.
The only option
throwing a
that
pitcher
I would throw
would
be a pitcher. Pitcher that is definitely not slated to pitch, although all hands are on deck
There's
tonight.
some commotion in the dugout. Anthony Renz was talking to some folks. They're all kind of looking around. But it's
like,
more
again,
just
yeah.
we're excited that we've got the winning
Ideal
run in scoring
situation
position.
to bunt, but Drew Ward, you're not going to.
You're not going to bunt for
You're
with
not
Drew
gonna
Ward.
bunt Drew
You're not
Ward.
going to
You
ask
can't
Drew
do
Ward
it.
to bunt.
You can't do it. You got to let him swing.
Can Drew Ward be the hero for the Red Hawks? Nobody out in the 10th. Bartow fires. Ward has reached 3 times in 5 plate appearances. He's got a walk in addition to those 2 base hits. It's Correa on second. Maris playing it safe on first. Pitch. Ward takes inside. Wind is really picking up in this inning. It's gusting right to left. Definitely makes the low 50s temperature sting a little bit more. Everybody standing at Newman Outdoor Field. Two and one.
That's a really quality hack right there.
Just behind it. This is Bartow's inning. The bullpen is without anyone throwing. Must win. Winner take all. Game 5. 2-1 delivery. Filthy. Pitch. Left side, right to Burks. One gone.
I'll tell you again, Correa, he's probably not known for his base running, but that's an outstanding base running move.
Yes.
When you see contact, you want to be that guy to score that game-winning run. He immediately went back to second base to keep a first and second one out, and a base hit hopefully scores the game-winning run here.
Here comes Pena. Mentioned this earlier in the series. When Leo Pena was released by Affiliated Baseball, he got calls from 2 teams, Kansas City and Fargo. He picked Fargo. He says he doesn't really know why. He just felt like it would be the right place for him. Boy, was it. Pitch. Strike 1. Reached on that error in the 7th that could have been a double play. Gomez flipped it to Burks. It went off of Burks' glove. Red Hawks wound up scoring 5 in the inning to tie the game at 8. That's where we stand. Correa on second. Championship winning run. Bartow's 0-1 pitch.
We got some fans over here with their shirts off. They're nuts. That's welcome to Fargo right there. They don't even feel the cold.
They are not phased. Pena trying to stay unfazed at the plate. Bartow fires. Pena hits one through the middle. That's a base hit into center field. Correa rounding third. He's headed for home. Torres fumbles the ball. Correa scores. And at long last, the Fargo-Moorhead Redhawks are American Association champions. Leo Pena brings the Miles Wolf Cup to Fargo. You couldn't draw it up any better for Redhawks fans.
You literally took the words out of my hands. There could not have been a better guy to have done what just happened there.
Leo Pena.
He bleeds Redhawks. And for him to come up in that situation, in that moment, and to deliver for his town, for his city, for his team, and to bring home their first AA championship is amazing.
This is the night that Leo Pena went from being a fan favorite, great player, to being a legend in this town.
Absolutely, 100%.
And he is so fitting to be the person to deliver the final blow. But so many people contributed, just like this Redhawks season. This was not a one-man team. They had depth, cohesiveness, and a winning mentality from the Manager of the Year winner, Chris Coast, and his right-hand man, Anthony Renz. It permeated every aspect of this club. This is the result.
Hats off to their entire organization. Nothing to say but to be so happy for them to bring home their first AA championship, and just the way they did it.
Someone just chucked the baseball out and left. Somebody's got to.
Threw it over the wall. That was Grauer.
If that was Pena's baseball, they got to get that to him. Maybe Grauer decided, I'll throw it over there and then I'll go back and get it. They got to get that to Pena. We're going to have a trophy ceremony in a moment.
Down 8-5, when you feel like there is absolutely no momentum on your side going into the 7th, to throw up a 5 spot and do that, that's just incredible. I'm telling you, this fans had a lot to do with this too. Well, they were electric tonight.
Well, and Chris Coast getting up and saluting the fans, along with the Redhawks team. The crowd brought it, man. They brought it start to finish. What a special moment for that man right there. What a special moment for him. He knows what it's like to win the World Series as a player. But after the season
honestly
he's had,
say when you talk to him, he's going to say that this ranks right up there with that.
I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. A walk-off winner, Leo Pena, with a base hit through the middle. Didn't do anything fancy with it, did he? Just pushed that ball. I think it got a piece of a second base bag on its way out. And the tones of Queen as the Redhawks celebrate their championship. What an unforgettable night. What an unforgettable season. I mean, what a year in the American Association.
It really was.
Such a thrill down the stretch with the expanded playoffs. Look at Kevin McGovern. He saluted the crowd tonight. Is this Kevin McGovern's final game in the American Association? We don't know, but if it is, there are worse ways to go out. And this, just look at what it means for these players. Look at what it means for Alex Dubourg, who dug deep and threw 3 innings. Came out for the 10th running on fumes and got a 1-2-3 frame. The kid from Fargo, who's the winning pitcher tonight for his hometown team.
Exactly. What more you can ask for? You got the hometown guy with the win. You got the face of the franchise with the walk-off hit.
Nick Novak. This is special stuff. You just have to look at what this means to these players. This is a year-long pursuit, a year-long grind, a lot of long bus rides. A lot of...
You do all of that for this moment right here.
That's what it's all for. And look at Kevin McGovern there on the left side of your screen. He kind of just looked around the stadium there. And I don't know, I can't read his mind from up here, but he sort of had a look like, man, I can't believe it. This is happening again for me. Kevin McGovern. Per Steve Schuster is the second person in the history of the American Association to get his third championship ring. Couldn't happen to a more deserving player.
Oh, yeah.
That's Chad Ekron. Is that Chad down there? Getting the video. It's right there with Kevin. A couple of champions right there. And we got to see who the finals MVP is going to be. And I know we were talking about it up here. I think Evan Alexander is a potential contender for that.
And then you got Pena.
But Pena delivering the final hits.
He hit like almost 350 in the postseason and walked it off. He's an obvious choice as well.
A lot of guys you can choose. I mean, this is a deep team. You can pick Alex DuBois. You know, like it's a deep team. That's the way they've been all year. They're not a star-driven team, even though they have star players. Super fan. He's got a jersey. This is a title for him too. I mean, and what can we say about the crowd tonight for the Red Hawks?
Yeah, he can't say enough. Like we said, they were locked in the entire night.
There's the champagne. We told you, these teams, they know how to play hard, they know how to win, and they know how to party here in the American Association. They know how to celebrate. If you're just joining us, Leo Pena with a walk-off single. Let's send it down to the field for the trophy presentation. Joshua Schaub is the commissioner of the American Association.
Presentation of the Miles Wolf Cup Trophy.
Fargo, you have a champion. Congratulations, Fargo Moorhead Red Hawks. What a championship, what a Miles Wolf Cup final, what a game. To Milwaukee, congratulations, great season. You gave the fans a great show. Congratulations to Milwaukee. Before we award the Miles Wolf Cup, first I want to say thank you to the fans. Amazing American Association season. Thank you to the staff. And most of all, thank you to the players putting on the greatest show we could ever imagine this league. Thank you to the players. Now it's time to award the Miles Wolf Cup Final MVP. This year's Miles Wolf Cup Final MVP comes with no surprise. Leobaldo Pena, come up and get the award. Congratulations. Congratulations. And now it's time to award the Miles Wolf Cup Final. Brad, come up. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very
What a
much.
game. One of the best games ever in the history of the league. Congratulations. It's all yours. Take them home.
Yeah, it was one of the shortest 4.5-hour games I think I've ever been part of. 12 years coming for this, guys. I'm glad you're all here to witness this. First one in the American Association, but hopefully many more to come, guys. Thank you to all the former staff who are here to break it up here. Thank you, everybody. Bruce, if you're around, I got a t-shirt for you down here. Oh, you can buy those in the gift shop. They'll be available in 10 minutes, everybody. Thank you.
We can't go any further without recognizing you guys. We may not have 5,000 people here, but we got the right people here every single playoff game. Wow, awesome. Give yourselves a hand. You guys are as big a part of this as we are. Giddy up.
You know, it's not the easiest cup to drink out of. But boy, is it the sweetest thing that Alex Dubourg has ever tasted in his life.
Fans, let's hear it for the 2022 American Association champions, your Fargo Moorhead Red Hawks!
Give us some insight, Michael. You have been a part of a celebration like this. You had the chance to drink out of the Miles Wolf Cup. What are these players thinking right now? What are they experiencing?
You're on cloud 9 right now. It's just a tremendous feeling. You go into so much what you think about. It's all the work you put in. It's the late nights hitting. It's the late nights lifting. It's your family's sacrificing a ton for you to be able to do what you love to do, be away for so long, and it makes it all worth it in the end, and it just tastes so good coming out of that cup after. I'm telling you, we had like 10 different things in that thing, and it still tasted good.
Well, it's a great tradition, you know. In hockey, they lift the Stanley Cup, and here in the association, they just start chugging. And there it is.
It's hard to describe how great of a feeling it is.
This is something the Red Hawks have waited so long for. We talked about it last night, how it just didn't feel right that this Red Hawks team is John Silviano, who got them here on his scooter, takes a sip.
That guy is so deserving of a championship as well, and you know that these games would have potentially had a different outcome, maybe even early on in the game with him in the lineup. But again, from top to bottom, even the guys that stepped in, they're all so deserving of this. And like you said, we've talked about it how many times this series is. You're almost like shocked that they haven't won an American Association championship yet.
Can I say, I've never seen Kevin McGovern that animated. He's the only one in red right now. I've never seen him that animated, because he's a team-first guy, and this is a team accomplishment.
Well, you can tell it's a team-first thing because look at Pena. He was so jacked to get the MVP, and he just went right back to his team. It's not like he gave any speech or nothing. He just went right back to his team and celebrated with them.
I think Josh was planning on interviewing him, and it didn't happen because he didn't need to. He just wanted to take that trophy back. What a moment. Fargo Moorhead wins it 9-8 in 10 innings. They score 6 unanswered runs, 5 runs in the 7th, and Leo Pena's walk-off single in the bottom of the 10th. If you're going to make a list of the greatest games in the history of this league, this one, it's right up there.
It is up there.
It's right up there. Given the talent level increase that we've seen over the last half-decade in the American Association, the story of the Red Hawks, the crowd that we have on hand, I mean, it's hard to envision a better game than this in the American Association's history.
This is honestly what we had hoped about. We talked about it in Game 3. Fargo is ahead. They won. We said Milwaukee is going to win Game 4, and then we're going to go into extras in Game 5.
And treasure this, watching Kevin McGovern here celebrate. Again, we don't know, but we're reading a lot into him waving to the fans as he walked off the mound, but this is one of the best players in the history of the league.
If he were to end now, it would be okay. He goes out on top, and if he plays again next year, he's going to be one of the best in the league still. So whatever he chooses, but he's a champion tonight.
Leo Pena celebrating there. Got to take some pictures with the trophy. The Miles Wolf
Love
Cup.
that they're. Sorry.
Go ahead, man.
I was saying, love that they're just having the fans come out on the field and be with the guys as well, because they're just as big of a part of it.
And the families. I mean, a lot of families here. A lot of friends. Oh, there's your finals MVP. And Leo Pena, I mean, he's a great player, but he's a better guy. He really is. What a night for baseball. What a night for the American Association. And if you're not following this league, you're missing out. You're missing out. Big Sycamore. They're going to have to clean off that flag before they Start waving it. It's got a lot of champagne on it. It's the kind of night where you don't want to leave. You don't want to walk away. We don't want to sign off on a broadcast like this, but it's getting to be that time, Michael Lang. And when you think about this night, we're going to remember this night for a long, long time. What do you think about? What do you think is going to stick with you years from now?
I'd say the same thing that sticks with me, the 2019 when we won it, is you could still tell stories of that season and remember it. I literally remember every single playoff game like I played them yesterday. You don't forget any moment. You don't forget any detail, and especially in a game like tonight where you're down 5 in the 7th, and you come back, grind out 5 runs, and win it in extras. Like, this is a night they will never forget for the rest of their lives. And they're going to tell their kids, they're going to tell their grandkids. Hopefully they'll have the archived video to show them one day, but it's just an incredible moment that it'll last a lifetime.
Totals from this game. Fargo-Moorhead wins it 9-8 in 10 innings. Leo Pena walks it off with a single through the middle off the second base bag to win the game. Redhawks, 9 runs, 14 hits, 2 errors. They leave 11 on base. Milwaukee, 8 runs, 12 hits, 3 errors. They leave 10 on base. The winning pitcher, so fitting, Alex Dubord. Winning pitcher, especially in games like this, doesn't often give you a deserving winning pitcher. Tonight it did. Alex Dubord deserved to get that W next to his name. The losing pitcher is Bartow, which he did not deserve. No. He was digging deep and just gave up the last hit of the game. Time of the ball game was 4 hours and 34 minutes, 1,236. The announced attendance here at Newman Outdoor Field. As Chris Coast said, we didn't have 5,000 people here, but we had the right people here. And it says so much about Coast. He could have gone on and on about how great this is for him. All he wanted to do was grab the mic and say, thank you, fans. Tells you why everybody loves that guy.
And he's not wrong, too, because even though there were over 1,200 people here, it felt like there was 5,000 people here because of how loud they were. So,
well,
credit to them.
Thank you so much, Michael, for coming here and doing this all season long. Thank you to Chad Ekron and his crew providing the audio and the video, that great mic, the great images, taking you inside Newman Outdoor Field tonight. Thank you to Jake Kranz in the league office. He and I were working for 2 hours today to get the equipment right today, and he's been so helpful all year. Thank you to Tyler Webb, who does an outstanding job chronicling what happens. There's going to be some great video. I'm sure it's up on social media now that he shot tonight of this game. Thank you to Josh Buckholz, the executive director. I'm sure this is a special night for him, for the deputy commissioner, I should say. He used to work here in Fargo. I'm sure it's special to see the Redhawks celebrate a championship. Thank you to Joshua Schaub, the commissioner of the American Association, for having the vision to continue this league, and for paying to put me up in a hotel for these games so we can come out here. Thank you to the fans for tuning in. Thank you to all the players that we interviewed this week that were very generous with their time, the managers as well. Thanks to everybody in the American Association. So privileged to bring you baseball from this great league. It is truly, truly special, and this is the kind of nights that you just live for as a baseball fan. So for Michael Lang and for everybody in our crew and everybody who I missed in the thank yous tonight, I'm Carter Woodeel. Once again, the final score, the Redhawks walk it off in the winner-take-all Game 5, 9-8. This is the American Association, where we play to win.